What up? Alright, let's put this here. We don't need this controller here. It's way too hot for that. Don't need these glasses. Is this cut? Don't get it. Must be cracked as well. It's there. Put my fan. This should now work. Let's go. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to another stream. It is very hot, so we'll go as long as we can tonight. It is baking. How's it going, Diablo, Devin, Sanchez, Brandon, Steve, Gaming? I did get your suggestion, Gaming, that robot woman talking. Forgot her name. It's on my to-do list. Well, I'm going to check it out and see if it's worth reacting to anyway. But from what I understand, she's quite crazy. And that's putting it mildly. Oh, yes. We are all roasting Brandon. Oh, you sent a new one? Let me have a look. Nope. Not that one. Okay, that's Leafstone's food. God damn it. We just started. I give it up to 5 gifted subs. We have an amazing 5 gifted subs going to. Who is it going to? Diablo, Gaming, Clarke, Brandon, and I'm not seeing the other one. Oh, E-Ranks. Thank you very much for that 5 gifted subs, Devin. In this hot weather, you absolutely... God damn it. In this hot weather, what are you doing to me? Hun, they're making me wear this in this hot weather. Do you see what they're doing to me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In this hot weather. How could you do this to me, Devin? Could have done it like a week later. But no. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Wow, what is it made of? Gingerbread. Yeah. Oh. Let's get better at doing this. God damn it. I know I am going to roast in this. But you know what? I'm totally blind in this as well in this weather. See, this is what you should have done the other day when I was trying to aim and play Marvels. God damn. All right. All right, how's it going, folks? All right, I do need to get better at actually getting this on. Oh my god, Devin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, but today of all days, what are you doing, my dude? Hey, Rabbi, how's it going? Oh god, this is gonna be painful. Oh, look, Snowy's happy. Look, if it makes you guys feel any better, the wife over there hasn't stopped laughing since I've started putting it on. She's still laughing. Get a nice, cool glass of rum. You know what? Next time, I think I will. One day I'll just not take my pills. But you know what I got introduced to the other day? Beer without alcohol. Like, why would anyone do that? And yet, I'm gonna buy some. He's dying laughing. Rabbi, I am doing good. I am doing good. I am baking. I hope you're liking my frilly hair. I got it nice and permed for the stream today. Hey, Wayne's World. It's downloading, Byron. It's downloading. It is downloading. We don't have any in the house, Brandon. Otherwise, I would. Instead, I'll go with the next best thing. Energy. It is a hot one today, Wayne, and I'm stuck like this for half an hour, maybe more. Star Wars is out already? There was no fanfare for that game at all. Maybe we can do some tomorrow over at Twitch. I was planning on doing some COD tomorrow. What would you guys prefer tomorrow? Some Star Wars or some, COD? Let's do a poll. We like polls, don't we, chat? We're very good at polls. Can you believe it? My kid from the other side is laughing at me. Sanchez, you know I would play a waifu game. It would be Withering Waves. Or maybe Stellar Blade. I still need to finish that. Although I'm a bit pissed off with Stellar Blade at the moment. Wait, Star Wars isn't a waifu game? No one likes the waifu in Star Wars? What? Come on. Apparently Outlaws is out tomorrow. Anime, you need to send them to me. You need to send them to me, Anime. How do you hold this stuff from me? CB, I did, and it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. You know, my heart goes out to the families, and, you know, what happened there is absolutely atrocious. I don't know if they've actually caught the person. I don't know what's happened, like the full story. I know there's an investigation ongoing, but it's absolutely horrible, man. It's absolutely horrible. The missus won't even let the kids go to the shops at the moment. It's rattled everyone in the country. I guess this is part of the reason why the Americans love their gun laws, right? I don't stream games here unless it's a member stream, which is coming. I promise it's coming very soon. But gaming is usually done over at Twitch, just so I don't screw up the algorithm. If we had like, you know, 500-600 viewers, then it wouldn't affect the algorithm at all. But we don't, so it really messes up the algorithm. Diablo, what do you mean? I thought it was like the Wild West. No, I'm just kidding. Now, I've got family in the US, dude, and honestly, I know that they do have guns, but they're all like locked in safes and whatnot, really secured away. And they tell me openly that they almost never ever use it. Unless they're pissing about in like a firing range or something. But it's always like locked under house and key. So very secure. All right, so you guys want to start off with the Starfield news straight off the bat. Okay, we can go with the Starfield news. All right. So let's go to the Starfield news. I was going to start off with some Resident Evil 4 news with Capcom news, but I guess we can do that. What do you need to know, Rabbi? You need to pre-order the game, or you can rent it from Ubisoft Connect, which is what I'm going to do, and then you can get early access. If you sign up to Ubisoft Plus for 1 month, you can get access to the game for a month. Make sure you finish it with them within that month, and then you're happy. You've played and completed the game for £18. But this piece of news here, Starfield Shattered Space is now officially being sent for rating to classification board. This doesn't mean it's definitely complete, but it's feature complete as far as they're concerned, and there'll probably be a day one patch for it anyway with it. You know, they're probably still working on it, but the majority of the stuff here is more or less complete. So this is actually pretty big news. Brandon actually tagged me on this. Cheers for that, Brandon. You need a sword? You know? Hun, where's that pirate sword that you said had? It's in the box in storage. You broke it. How did you break it? You savage. You're not gonna bring me my coffee. Are you really not gonna? Cat, do you think my partner was heartless and ruthless for breaking my 10-year-old son's pirate sword? They said yes. They said you should be ashamed of yourself for breaking your 10-year-old's toy. I mean, I can turn this this way so they can see. Rabbi, you just literally create a Ubisoft account. One sec, chat. No, I don't want to go into the partners room. One second. God damn it, two-step verification. Once the missus comes around, she'll bring my phone for two-step verification. And then I can show you how to do it. But till then, let's continue with what we were talking about. So give me 5 minutes, Rabbi. So yeah, this is pretty cool. And this is awesome. But we also have, I'm sure most of you must have seen it. They've tagged Starborn, well, trademarked the word Starborn. And a lot of people now believe that this is the DLC or the new expansion for year 2 or 3, I guess that's going to be now. So that's pretty interesting stuff. I mean, it just goes to show that, you know, if the game wasn't doing well financially, if it wasn't doing well player-wise, if it wasn't doing well sales-wise, they would not be doing any of this, right? They would not be doing any of this. They wouldn't be looking ahead at, you know, more expansions. They would cut it short. But clearly the game is doing well. They are really happy with where the game is. And they're expecting greater success from this. I mean, don't forget, this isn't going to be free on Game Pass. This is going to be a paid expansion. So this is just extra revenue for them, right? They're going to get revenue for this through the game, and then there's going to be mods that they're going to make revenue from, double dipping. So this is good shit for them. No one's confirmed it, but they did say that there's a 5-year, they've got 5 years worth of content coming to the game. So you know, there's enough reason there to believe that this is going to be an expansion. And I kind of hope that we're going to kind of go to the, you know, where that kind of race actually is. Maybe we're going to go over to that planet, maybe to another star system. Who knows? It'll be interesting to see how they choose to play this out if that is the case. What, you want me in a full costume? Are you mental? It's hot enough as it is, and I'm dying wearing this. Important, if you have 360 disc instead in the 360, you can hover over it and press X to access info about the game, where you can get free DLC still. Not anything else found today. Oh, nice. Did anyone see my video today about the 360, how you can emulate those games that are no longer available? It seems to have not gone down well with the Xbox community, but it's there if anyone actually wants to play their Xbox games on PC. The female outfits in Starfield and Cyber Ops outfits. Yeah, send them to me, anime. Send them to me. Send them to me. Who's that? No, John. Have you got my phone? I just need to get my two-factor authentication. But yeah, so what do you guys think of this whole? I mean, Shattered Space looks like it is now pretty much confirmed for 2024, which is good. So we're going to get Avowed, Indiana Jones, Stalker 2, and Shattered Space in 2024, plus Call of Duty towards the end of the, you know, all in that window. Then there's the whole Diablo expansions. It's a crazy run up to the end of 2024. I hope they actually leave stuff for 2025. The boy? Oh, mate, he ain't wearing nothing. From what I've heard, Devin's been trying to get him to do it for for a little bit, and yeah, I ain't touching that. Yeah, I'll touch it that way. And I'm not sure how that's gone down. Devin can tell you maybe. But we'll see, Rebby. I'm not doing that today. Let's see, 2-factor authentication. Play one. Ah, come on, don't expire. All right, there we go. We in. Do. You actually have to download the app. It looks like it. Oh, well. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to show you. Here we go. Maybe this is it. Aha. So, you can sign up for the premium from day one, $14.99. And you get all the games day one, Rebby. You just click on this plan and you get access to Star Wars and everything else in the game for a month. You can play them on Xbox, play them on the Cloud Lunar, monthly game rewards, 20% discount. Actually, that's actually pretty cool that you can play them everywhere, not just PC. That's actually pretty good. I didn't realize that. But hey, it's the same price as Game Pass now, but it's still less value because they don't release as many games. Hope that helps. All right, Resident Evil. Cool. I will check that out. Jacob? But yeah, Resident Evil 4 has sold over 7.6 million units. What do you think? What do you think? 7.4 million units. I mean, I think that's actually pretty damn cool. Rabbi, I just showed you. If you go to the Ubisoft website and go to the pre-order, if you go to sign up to their 1 month rental service, you can get it early. People, I mean, I saw the reports today showing that Capcom apparently were 50% down in revenue, but 7.4 million copies of Resident Evil 4 at the start of the year. I mean, I think that's pretty impressive, right? For the first quarter. They're not releasing a Resident Evil game every time. When Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, it's good to see. And also, all these reports where there's player numbers are down and whatnot, it's all coming from a very, very shady source. No, not that sort of source, not the gas source, but it's coming from the trophies website. It is a service I have as well as Game Pass. Will download Star Wars close to the 27th of August. Nice. Nice. RIP Xbox 360. So games are still good to play on X360. I was late to buy Batman Arkham Origins on the Xbox 360. It's a shame it not on the new gen. You know what, Mysterious? This is the thing. A lot of those games are now, some of them that aren't backwards compatible are gone forever. And Microsoft did let people know a year in advance that this was going to happen. And to be fair, it's been 20 years since this console has been out, and I get it. I'm not trying to dismiss console preservation, but if a game is officially lost to the sands of time and there is no other way to play it, not PC, not console, like Eternal Sonata, which I showed in my video earlier today, then do you know what? At that point, just find a means to play it. I know not a lot of you have PCs. I assume some of you do, but the emulation of the 360 is really damn good. Rabbit, it depends on what that poll says. If the poll that says Modern Warfare, it's going to be Modern Warfare. If the poll says Star Wars, it'll be Star Wars. I've heard mixed things about Arkham Origins, but, I still want to play it. But I thought 7.4 million for Resident Evil 4, considering it's a you had the Resident Evil 4, then the remaster, then the remake, then the VR, then the VR remake, and then the remake. Is that about right? And it still sold 7.4 million copies, and then Stellar Blade only sold 1 million copy. See, this is my problem. All the arguing about titties and ass, and it only made 1 million copies. Don't get me wrong. That is some good titties and ass, but it only still sold 1 million copies. Arkham Shadows, that's the VR one, right? Rabbi, you just need to sign up to this. I'll even post a link in the chat. You sign up to this either through your Xbox or your PC. As you can see here, down here, it goes play on Xbox. And you pay £15 a month, and you can get access to all the games with early access right now. You just pay £15 for the 1 month, then cancel your subscription, and that's it. That is what you need to do. It only sold 1.6% from a user base. You can't tell me that that is a good percentage. For all the crying and all the censorship and all the titties and ass and, oh, this is the way gaming should be, and oh, this and this and that, for all the noise that you guys made, I expected 3 to 5 million. And even that's not a lot, but I expected 3 to 5 million, which I think is reasonable for a game of that caliber. But it just goes to show that even when a game is actually good, and I'm telling you that that game is good, PlayStation gamers just won't buy it. Right? 1.6% of users, less now with the consoles increasing in sales volume, but less than 1.6% of users actually bought the game. That means 98.4% plus didn't buy the game. That is not a good statistic. No, Doom 5 million is about right, I'd say. Doom about 5 million is about right. For all the acclaim Doom gets, I don't see it as a mainstream game. I don't see it like a GTA. I don't see it, like the Halo series or the Uncharted series or the Gear series. I see it below that. It appeals to a certain subsect of the industry. Not everyone is going to be interested in Doom, but everyone's going to be interested in titties and ass. No, I just think your game, for all the talk that PlayStation gamers do, I buy my games, I buy my games, I buy my games, and then 1% buy the game. That's pretty pathetic. So it basically means that you don't buy games. If only 1% of your gaming user base is buying games, you don't buy games, right? So you can't say we buy our games when you don't buy your games. 1% is not buying your games. 5% is buying your games. 10% is buying your games. But when 1% is buying your games, that's pretty sad, right? That's pretty sad, right? You don't go showing off for 1% of your whole player base buying a game that everyone rallied behind Grums for to try and push the agenda and try to get one suit, apparently, which was censored, uncensored. See, now you're getting it, Bags. Now you're getting it. You listen to me, not anyone else. It's good that we've actually established this. Hey, Zrogdol. I'm pretty sure that I own more PlayStation first party games than the majority of PlayStation fans out there. Most of mine are digital, like 99% are digital. I've got a few physicals in the Final Fantasy games, but I reckon I do. There's some other. That's a bit of an iffy story because it's coming from a website that only registers people that have PSN accounts, and it's basically registering how many people are playing the game that have registered PlayStation Plus PSN accounts. That said, though, it didn't take long for everyone to start community noting it. They got proper shook. But we have even greater news, right, chat? We have even bigger news. This is the big news that I wanted to go through today because I'm excited for this one. Very excited for this one. Hasbro wants Microsoft and Xbox to bring back existing Transformer titles. This would be a huge move for availability as stewards of the games with the power to seek out relicensing. Xbox and brand Sarah Bond should seek to do so. And yeah, Hasbro want these games to be redone. Hey, PS5 blows. Tell that to Spider-Man, Sanchez. And at the same time, I'm not talking about profits. At what point in my conversation or in my dialogue did I mention profits once? Bags did. I never once mentioned profits. I said units sold, and I don't think that's enough for a community that keeps on bragging that they buy games and they don't buy games. They don't buy games. It's really that simple. If 1.6% of their user base is buying games, That's and in some cases, without the sex appeal, it will go down to 1% or 0.8%. That is kind of worrying. Wouldn't you agree? What is the other 99% playing and never buying? But yeah, so it looks like we could be seeing these backwards compatible games coming very soon. Because these aren't remakes or remasters, these are just the backwards compatible games that currently are not compatible with the Series X, but Hasbro wants them to be revitalized. I'm guessing there's a Transformers movie maybe coming soon, so they want to kind of push them out in relation to that to build hype. That would make a lot of sense for me. But Fall of Cybertron was a fantastic game, definitely worth playing. And if it does, I mean, I expect it to come at some point, considering Hasbro wants it, the community want it. Uh, Activision have made it said a few times that they want to bring these games back. Microsoft have, said they want these games back. So I guess it's just all about logistics at this point. But it'll be great to have Fall of Cybertron back in our catalogs to be able to play again. Yo, Bags, this is talking about Xbox. This is talking about Xbox. What are you on about? But yeah, I'm actually really excited for this, and I'm hoping that this actually does materialize because it would be actually really cool. Yeah, but did anyone see this from IGN? I'm even seeing PlayStation fans coming along and saying that IGN is full of shit for this one, but everyone I've spoken to have said this is either an 8.5 or a 9 out of 10. It is one of the best American football games that there is. And IGN, to be as controversial as they can, my assumption is because Microsoft has the, you know, marketing rights for this game, decided to give it a 7. What do you make of it? What's your opinions? Leaf, I did. I did. We're going to get to that in a bit. Like, I haven't seen anyone giving this game anything below an 8.5. Everyone has said that this game is up there as one of the best American football games there is. And IGN have said that it's bare bones modes that seem like they were waiting for a rebuild next season. I mean, isn't the whole purpose of this supposed to be kind of bare bones college football? It's not NFL. Like, isn't that the whole purpose of this? I mean, I don't play these games personally. I've got no investment in them. But just going by what people are saying, isn't this like the whole purpose of it? You just tagged me. Oh, nice. So Mafia, the definitive edition, is coming August the 13th to Xbox Game Pass. Very, very good. Anyone interested? A remade classic is on its way. College football is superior to NFL? Oh god, it's gonna get rowdy. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, in rugby, we don't have all this padding. You've just basically got people trying to kill each other. Here, you've got all the security padding and whatnot. Bags, I haven't played it yet. I am one of those people who haven't played it yet. There you go. There, you found someone who has not played Mafia. I hope it makes you happy. I mean, Bags, in terms of first party support, it looks like everything's going to be in the second half of the year. First half of the year for first party support has been weak, but they have filled it up with third party games. You know, Dungeons of Hinterberg. They've got Persona 3, and they've had a few others in there as well that just kept the tide flowing. I don't even know if 7 is average for them. I just think they wanted to, you know, I think they just wanted to be what they are. But IGN will never change, right? IGN will never change. Whatever gets them the numbers. But Mafia 3 is rather interesting, honestly. That wasn't on my bingo cards today, put it that way. Did I lose the page? Yeah, there it is. But yeah, so I mean, IGN has always been pro PlayStation. I think, to be fair, I think IGN is pro whatever gets me clicks. People at IGN do not play games. I don't believe it. And I think there's a big problem with gaming today, and it's well, games don't get the recognition that they need, and if they don't, there's a big problem with that. And I think you can all agree with me on this. This whole bashing games and publications like IGN, Eurogamer also doing it, PC Gamer doing it. I get the community, having that console war, but when you've got official outlets actually doing it and not giving games the deserved scores, and then you've got places like Metacritic who actually give people like Jimquisition a voice, who is actively giving low scores because of political views against a company, or you've got Kotaku who makes a Hogwarts Legacy review and doesn't mention the game once and spends almost a 10,000 word review talking about JKR for the whole time and saying how horrible of a person she is, and that is their review, and gives Hogwarts Legacy a 0 out of 10. This sort of thing needs to stop. It needs to stop because these scores, for those that are interested, if they see a low score, some people who are very limited on time, well, a lot of people these days are limited on time, will just bypass it. And there are so many games that I played that were labeled as trash, going back all the way to the PS1 days, like Battle Arena Toshinden. When Tekken existed, Battle Arena Toshinden was getting overlooked all the time. But I really, really enjoyed that game. There was quite a bit of depth to it. But the reviews gave it really bad, so no one bothered with it. You know, there are games that will do well, that are above average, that are good games, that will get sidelined because these companies just want to rage bait and rage click. And honestly, I'm surprised that both sides of the spectrum, right, aren't actually going after these companies to actually set them straight. For all the crying that they do, that Tango Gameworks closed down, for all the crying that they do for, you know, all these studios at PlayStation closing down and Embracer Group closing down, the gaming community thrives on them closing down. They get so much joy in making these companies close down. And it's so stupid. You shit on a company, you shit on the game, you destroy the game, and then when the studio shuts down, you start complaining, why is the studio closing down? Bushido was a great game too. That 360 spin with the swipe to chop that head off, that was amazing. Now you know I played it. Now you know I played it. The Diablo. Right? The reason why I'm so heavy on Stellar Blade is because I wanted it to do better. I think it deserved better. So when 1% of their player base is buying it, I don't think that's enough. I think more should buy it. It's a good game. But because of the scores it got, it's turned people off it. Because of the sexualization and people not wanting to be associated with that sort of thing because of the, you know, the culture we live in right now, it lost sales. I'm not shitting on the game. As much as Bags thinks I'm shitting on the game, I'm actually not. I'm highlighting a bigger issue here. The bigger issue here being the fact that these games should be doing better, should be performing better, should be selling better, and should be reaching more homes because they're good games. But because of the way the communities are reacting and giving that fuel to the publications to provide that sort of review, and then not backlashing those companies enough to, you know, funnel them into a corner to make them change, well, this isn't going to change. I don't believe it did. All right, chat. When London studios closed down and Jim Ryan was there taking a pic and thing, was I laughing at that or was I genuinely annoyed at it? When Japan studios closed down, was I not upset with the whole notion that that studio got shut down? One of my favorite studios. When the studio behind Dreams shut down, was I not genuinely coming out and saying this should not be happening for a company that's making so much profits? This is not acceptable. When they were laying off staff at Insomniac and Naughty Dog, was I not coming out and saying that this should not be the case? Especially with Insomniac, who pretty much carried Sony through the whole of last year. Their best studio by far. Was I not saying that? What's up? Yeah, you can use it. Throwing a joke here and there is one thing, but I will never cheer a studio closing, ever. I will never cheer for a studio closing. Now, what I will say is that people be losing their jobs, you know, studio closures in this day and age has become the norm. the way the tech industry is at the moment, it's happening everywhere, not just in games, but tech as a whole. And I keep using my company that I work for as an example. 3 years ago, we had almost 300 people. Now we are down to 30. We are barely functioning. And we're about to be completely swallowed by another company entirely, it looks like. Right? This shit's happening everywhere. So I've grown completely insensitive to the notion of, redundancies and layoffs. I have, because I'm seeing it so much now that it's now made me numb to it. But I still will not celebrate someone losing their job. Now, in Microsoft, the marketing manager left, and I think that was a good move. I think, getting rid of him was the right choice because he wasn't doing anything marketing-wise for Microsoft. And I've said that, and I stand by that. Certain departures weren't needed. Halo Infinite, the old crew just wasn't doing it. The old guard just wasn't doing it. Everyone was crying for a change. They did the change. And multiplayer improved. New ideas came in, new creativity, new brainstorms. Sometimes that's needed. But I'm not going to sit here and celebrate a company closing. No way. No way. That wasn't me. And if it was, I was joking. I'm not going to sit here and glorify studios closing. I'm not going to go onto Twitter like I see so many PlayStation fans begging for Ninja Theory to shut down. Do you know how many tweets I would see over the past 2 months of people begging for Ninja Theory, Hellblade 2 to do so bad that they would be shut down? Those are the sick fucks that you should be going after, Bags, not me. Those are the sick fucks you should be going after. But you won't go after them because you agree with those people. You actually support those people that actually have that mindset. So before you come to me and chat shit about me, go sort your own fucking fan base out. Because that sort of shit triggers me quite hard. I don't like seeing it. I don't like hearing about it, but it's a norm. But I'm not going to sit here and start cheering that a whole bunch of people have lost their jobs. And for someone to insinuate that I am going to sit here, I might console war a little bit, but I'm not going to fucking glorify it. Right? Bullets. What's that? Just a question. Doesn't Spider-Man run off the engine that's paid by Microsoft for Insomniac to make Sunset Overdrive? Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. Spider-Man 1, I can't tell you, Bags, but Spider-Man 2, I definitely had bugs. That game desynced the audio on my whole machine. I also had missions that you couldn't continue, levels that wasn't loading. A lot of the stuff that you saw on the internet were forced bugs, but I had some natural bugs too. People complaining about studios closing should have brought the game to support devs. But studios closing is mostly because it didn't sell. Yeah. But on top of that, Sanchez, if a game gets badly reviewed, it's not going to sell. Look at Ghostwire Tokyo. It did not receive good reviews. So who's going to buy it? Who's going to buy it? I mean, I think what's his name? I can't remember his name. The CEO of is it Ben Studios that made Days Gone? People have been asking for a sequel, and he told them, Well, he should have fucking bought it day one then, innit? And not waited for a sale. The game didn't sell well, so Sony said no. There you go. But the game didn't get favorable reviews because magazines, YouTubers decided that it was good. They were going to trounce it for whatever reason. And then later on, it became a really amazing game that people didn't really appreciate at the time. But now it's a phenomenal game. But, you know, the dude came out and said on Twitter, the reason why it doesn't exist is because no one bought it day one and everyone bought it on sale. Don't wait for a game to go on sale to buy it. Buy it when it releases. Show your support. If you want a sequel, that's how you get it. Yeah, Spider-Man 1 bags. I can't argue with that. Big media journalist hitting on games is hurting gaming industry. IGN is a big culprit in this practice, particularly Green Reaper for studios. I mean, IGN are just really bad for it. Yeah, I don't get that, Bags. I don't get that. That I don't get. We got Visions of Mana. That's a JRPG, Bags. Right? Okay, so where's the JRPGs for PlayStation? Hey, Arthur. I had my coffee already. Where's the JRPGs for PlayStation? You can't count Final Fantasy VII because that's not a PlayStation game. So where's the JRPGs? Can't count Final Fantasy 17 because that's a Square Enix game, not a PlayStation first party game. So where's your JRPGs? I'm only going by your rules, by the way. Where's your JRPGs? And I don't want you to change the rules now. You said it's not an Xbox game specifically. So where's the PlayStation JRPGs? No. You didn't say anything about exclusive. It doesn't matter. Exclusive or not doesn't matter. You said Xbox has no JRPGs. I cited you one. You said it's not an Xbox game. So I'm now asking you, where are your PlayStation first party JRPGs? Where are your PlayStation first party JRPGs? Answer the question. I don't care if it was funded. Where are your first party JRPGs? If you do not answer me, I am going to kick you out of the stream. Where are your first party? You can say there is none, and you're perfectly fine. Because then you'll admit that you're chatting full of shit. Spider-Man is not an RPG. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, man. I'm hanging in there by a thread. Come on. Come on. Come on, dude. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, man. I guess he has none. He's gone. I'm not going to sit here and listen to his bullshit. He can come back in 24 hours. Yeah, that's not now. We're not talking about exclusive games. We're talking about games made by Sony. And citing me a game from 1954 doesn't count. I haven't. Last I heard, that game had severe problems. Have they fixed the problems now? I'm sorry, Arthur. I gave him 10 seconds. I know they don't. I mean, he's the one that came up with the most ridiculous thing. What do you want me to do? If he's gonna come there literally seeking to, you know, be an ass, then I've got no time for it. And I don't think anyone in chat wants to hear it either, so whatever. Legend of Dragoon was not Sony. Gaming, it's a mod, right? For one of either Fallout 3 or 4. So you need to have Fallout 3 or 4, and then you need to download the files. I'm guessing from Nexus Mods, or if you just type in the actual thing. Okay, so everyone wants to see Modern Warfare 3. Good enough for me. A Demolisher, that's fine, but he set the rules, right? I didn't set the rules, he did. I said Visions of Mana, just been released. It's a JRPG. And he said that's not an Xbox game. So neither is Final Fantasy 7 or 16, right? Because those are Square Enix games, not a PlayStation game. It's not a PlayStation first party. And then he changed the rules and said that was exclusive. You can't change the rules. That's just moving goalposts, and we know how much ponies love to do that now, don't we? I don't know. But what do you think of the PSVR2? It's... Is it though, Sanchez? Is it? Did a Sony studio make it? I know they were going out of business and Sony helped support them, but the game was well into development before they ran into financial trouble, before reaching out to Microsoft, and Microsoft said no, and then they went to Sony. Well, I think Microsoft said no anyway, but then they went to Sony, and Sony said, yeah, we'll support you. So it wasn't a game that Sony funded from the get-go. They were in financial trouble. The game was about to collapse, which is weird considering how much money Nikkei actually makes, right? If anyone knows how much money Nikkei makes, that game makes dirty money. Just to give you a rough indication, let's see. So, just to show you how much dirty money these companies make, right? So, Genshin Impact made $44 million in March and made $82,500,000 in April. Honkai Star Rail, $96.3 million in March, $66 million in April. And these are China numbers, yeah? Not global, China. So now, if we're looking at global, which made 36 million and that made 82 million, that's a lot of money. Over 100 million Genshin made in just 1 month. And now if we're looking at Honkai Star Rail, which made 43, over 100. So between these two games alone, Hoyoverse made over 200 million in 1 month. If we're looking at Nikkei, where is Nikkei? Nikkei Global made 20 million almost. A lot of money, right? A lot of money. These aren't small numbers. Even Persona 5, the Phantom X, which is only right now available in China, made 11 million. That's the new one that's just come out. That's going to come to consoles, right? These games make a lot of stupid money. These aren't even, Devin, these aren't even skins. These games don't have skins. These are literally just from character pulls, right? Where you pull for a character, the amount of money people spend to pull for these characters is atrociously gross. There's more things to pick from, so people split up. And they are Leaf Storm. Xbox is missing out on this market a lot. Again, Sanchez, look, if he went by the original rule, I would agree with you. But he changed the rules. He said it has to be developed by PlayStation, not exclusive to PlayStation, not on PlayStation. It has to be first party. His rules, not mine. And that's why I got flustered. But I would agree with you, Sanchez. 100%. I would agree with you. But he changed the rules. Well, he made the rules when he said Visions of Mana on Xbox doesn't count. But yeah, like what I'm saying here is this is, Blue Archive, which has been doing not so great over the past few months, is still making, 14 million over the past few months. I don't know what happened with Uma Musume from 35 million to 6 million. I'm guessing they had that must have been their launch month. And that's when it stabilized. But you can clearly see the money these mobile games make. Final Fantasy VII War of the Visions, 1.7 million, which isn't enough. Honkai Impact, not enough. Ever Crisis. What all of these companies you're seeing down here want to be. Epic 7 is closing. Azure Lane. Now this one is pure just degenerate. That's it. That's all I can say about that one. Same as Brown Dust. And I'm surprised they don't make more. I don't even know how they're actually surviving, honestly, at that low of an income. But all of them want to be Hoyoverse. All of them want to be within this 4. And they've just added Zenless Zone Zero to this mix as well. That's crazy. That's crazy money. This is what the waifus bring. PlayStation has always thrived on third-party games. There's no difference. I mean, that's always been their specialty. Look at the PS1 days. PlayStation's thrived on first-party games, and they even went and bought 40% of the gaming market with Psygnosis to bolster their third-party thing. The PlayStation Liverpool right now, Sony Interactive Entertainment Liverpool, that used to be, that was what became from Psygnosis. And at the time, Psygnosis owned 40% of the market, but they were allowed to buy it and take over the gaming world with that one. Imagine going and buying 40% of the gaming market and no one saying anything. But Sony has always thrived on third-party games and third-party contracts, and they know a good deal when they see it, and they're willing to put the risks in. It's something Microsoft could learn from. I'll have a look, Taz. My pony once said to me, PlayStation isn't Sony. When I brought up Sony stocks are Dog shit. The goalpost move was crazy on this. Took me a while to get that emoji one, but I got there. When Sony is dry on first party, they rely on third party deals. And they did a grand job this year on third party deals, right? Whether those games are good or bad is irrelevant. They still brought games over. Unless you're MBG, then MBG isn't happy with anything. Your opinion on my previous post. I did not see it. There we go. I wonder if Xbox will reconsider Genshin Impact since there is a mobile version that Xbox might want to put on their upcoming mobile store. Now, I covered this in my video. I think Microsoft needs to get these games on their platform. You know, they kind of do. Now, the only reason I can see them not bothering is with the next Xbox being a hybrid PC. And that will fix itself. All these games that Sony's paying for exclusivity rights for automatically fix themselves because you can just play the PC version. Right? That's what it does. But I think not having these gacha games on your platform is crazy. They make so much money. Like a lot of money. You can see here. You know, I'm not saying all of that revenue you see that is going to PlayStation. No, it's not, clearly, obviously. A lot of it is mobile. A lot of it is thing. But the Gen Z generation, this is what they're after. They like these games. I like these games. I dabble into them. They provide you with updates every 3-4 weeks. You're constantly getting content. You're constantly getting updates. You're constantly getting new ways to play. And even as a free to play, you can still enjoy yourself and immerse yourself in the story and the characters and the new 4 stars and 5 stars. I know they're not, mind blowing, but at the moment, the gacha industry is huge. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, we don't want gacha on our Xbox, but it's losing a lot of people. And not having these games on your platform is a lot more detrimental to the platform than not having this game on your platform. Right? This skipping your platform is way better than, the likes of Genshin, Honkai, and everything else skipping your platform. Because they actually bring you a lot of players and a lot of money. This is going to bring you what? Have maybe 10,000 sales, if that at best. At best. At best. So I'm in agreement with you, like I was in my video. They need to get these games. Otherwise, if their mobile handheld is not a hybrid and it can't run those games, it's going to be in serious trouble. No one in the Far East is going to buy it. If it can't run those games and it is not a hybrid PC, Xbox handheld, so it can run Xbox games and thing, which I assume it is going to be, right? It doesn't make any sense for it not to be. But it is not going to sell almost any units in the Far East if it is. Did Sony get the loan to buy? The loan was by Bungie, innit? It's not even that. Like, can you imagine the amount of people that do play these games, right? Just hypothetically thinking, let's say that these gacha games was on there. How many people who are getting ready after the summer break to go back to school that would probably take with them an Xbox Series S that is, cross-playable with your mobile phone, that will actually want to play these games? Like the Series S would be the perfect device for these games. And when you're looking at most games played, you're looking at Fortnite, you're looking at Minecraft, you're looking at Roblox, you're looking at Call of Duty. GTA 5 comes in there below them. But you're looking at these games, and then these gacha games are now becoming the superpower in gaming. They are rising higher and higher and higher, and though companies are coming to try and overtake the Genshin Impact from its mantle, none of them have succeeded. But these gacha games, when they do well, they do phenomenally well, and they've got a huge following, a huge fan base, a huge fandom. So these games would have shifted 10, 15 million units alone. I genuinely believe that alone. Not the Series X, but the Series S for sure. See, I had a lot of fun with this, and I probably would have bought it, right? I might still buy it for Steam. SVC. But it's not a game that I'm going to sit down and play because my beat 'em up days are over. I've kind of been there, done that, and I played a lot of it with my friends. I've kind of almost, you could say, burnt myself out of it. I just don't have the interest anymore. The games that actually have like a story mode, they're kind of cool, and I like those because they have a story mode that I can jump into. So they're great. But no story mode, I'm really just not interested anymore. I have no idea what you mean, Devin. No idea what you mean. But have you guys heard about this? Have you heard the latest news about this? It's a little more damning than it lets out to be. Oh, you know what? How long have I been streaming? How long have I been streaming, chat? How long have I been streaming? How long have I been streaming? Oh, it's been an hour and 20 minutes, and I pretty much got this on as soon as I started, so I can take this off now. Oh my god, I'm baking. Oh my god. You wouldn't make me wear that again right now, chat, would you? Not again, right? You wouldn't do that to me, right, chat? You wouldn't do that to me, right, chat? You wouldn't do that to me, right, chat? Uh, oh. But yeah, so from what I've heard about this, even though this game, if you watch the trailer, does say to use the MT network, apparently this game doesn't use it. And I don't know if it does or not. I can't confirm. But according to Special Nick, this game does not use MT network or framework, whatever it's called. And if that's the case, then I don't think it's an engine problem at all. That changes the narrative entirely. Clarke is evil. Clarke is evil. Clarke is evil. Oh. It's all right. It's all right, Taz. It's all right. Let's turn this way. You son. You son. When you finish your game, can you get me another drink and open the light, please? Because it seems to be if the green screen is not doing so well in the dark. It's all right, Clarke. I know you want it. I know you want it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so this is actually really eye opening. Now, this was something that I said very, very, very beginning. That I believe that Capcom just didn't see it worthwhile to release these games on Xbox because there was no market for them. Now, obviously, you got the 5 people on Twitter crying for it, and that's always going to happen. But if this game does not use MT framework, and if that is true, that it does not use MT framework, then MT framework for the other games I don't think are actually the issue. And with Jez Corden saying that Microsoft is working, he's heard that Microsoft is working with Capcom to resolve this. I think they're just talking about Game Pass. Can you buy Xbox games and will they play on my PC? Right now you can buy PC versions of Xbox games and they will play. If you go to the Xbox store, there are Play Anywhere games that will work on your PC and your Xbox. You need to see if they play anywhere. But Microsoft release all their first party games on PC. So if you have a PC, you can buy them off Steam or you can buy them off Game Pass PC and you can play them on PC. If you buy them off the Game Pass app, you can play them both on your PC and Xbox. Because the Game Pass version of the PC game is slightly different to the Steam game, to the Steam PC game. It's the Game Pass one still kind of runs off the Xbox code, which is why they can communicate, cross-save and everything, saves, multiplayer, the works. So that might be a better option. I hope that answers your question, Gaming, or if you had anything specifically succinct to ask, feel free to. If they are listed as Play Anywhere games, you can do that. Never been the engine problem, it's the incentive problem. Xbox has to give Capcom something to warrant Xbox. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, this game, if what Special Nick is saying is true, will pretty much prove that that is the case. And that is kind of, honestly, annoying. It's annoying. It is. It's really annoying because it's something we've called out, and well, I've called out multiple times. And, you know, it's a shame. It really is. Taz, you sent me something. So I've seen the video from Gaming Rock. So I've put that up there. Taz, you sent me something. All right. So apparently Taz has sent me something that is cool. All right. Let's have a look at this. Microsoft's Q4 2024 fiscal earnings revenue was 64.7 billion, up 15%. Net income was 22 billion, up 10%. Gaming revenue up 44%, probably propelled by ABK. Xbox content services up 61%, again by ABK. Hardware down by 42%. That's gotta hurt. Windows revenue is up by 7%. Device revenue, well, their devices just aren't selling, down by 11%. But I reckon that 11% is mainly attributed to the Xbox console not selling. Because guess what, guys? You don't need a console. No console required. If you drill that into people enough, you know what? They might just believe it. LinkedIn revenue is obviously going to be good. And the search and news advertising revenue is up by thing. So the only division that's really down is the Xbox hardware, which in my opinion is what's taking the Surface tablets down. What did Special Nick say? He said that SNK versus Capcom doesn't have the MT issue, the MT framework that people are saying is this big issue why Xbox can't get the games, the Capcom games, like Monster Hunter Stories and Ace Attorney and, you know, the Capcom fighting games. Oh, that's cold. I didn't do it to him. But you do know that now that you've done that to me, the swimming pool is coming tomorrow. This is war. And we're getting water guns as well tomorrow. I don't care where you are. If I hit the TV, that gives me a reason to get an LG OLED. That's a very nice TV. So you'll actually, that's not a defense for you, buddy. That's not a defense. You're mine tomorrow. Now, this revenue, I will add that this, what you're seeing on screen right now, was from a few months ago. Because the 61% I remember vividly, the 42% I remember vividly, and the gaming revenue I remember vividly. So these three over here, I remember when they actually first came out. So this is actually old information. I don't know why they're reporting this now. Unless this is brand new, but it wouldn't be, right? This is old news. So why they're reporting it right now, I don't know. Have they closed the door? Yeah, they're expensive. Ice bucket is us. But yeah. So I don't know how up to date accurate this is. I mean, the Activision purchase for Microsoft was really good. It's made their revenue numbers look amazing. Now they just need to think. Have you seen this? 500,000 players worldwide for Flintlock's Siege of Dawn. 499,992 are on Xbox Game Pass. That's just my theory. Okay, that might have been a bit harsh. But yeah, if we come back to this, FTC Chaos, I think I think this one is very telling of where things are at the moment. If this is real and this is truthful and this is where things are at, I think that spells a very telling message when it comes to these. All I'm going to put out there is one thing, though, right? I'm going to put one thing out there. And just hear me out. Going back some years, does anyone remember what happened when Sony tried to make Starfield exclusive? Anyone at all? Does anyone remember what happened? Oh no. No way. Amphorius has gifted 5 memberships. Oh no. Agnes, Demolisher, Drake, Corino, Smokey, Amphorius! No! Thank you very much for that 5 gifted subs, dude. Thank you very much for that 5 gifted subs. God damn it. Yuxin. They turned me into a pirate again. What do you mean nice? That's what I get for frightening you. That's what I get for frightening you. Be for real. That's what I get for frightening you. Are you hearing this, chat? Are you hearing this, chat? My son is saying, nice. That is what I get for threatening him. The goddamn audacity. Back to the land of the pirates. Panforius, thank you very much for that 5 gifted subs. That's why Bethesda, that's why Xbox bought Bethesda instead. Exactly. So, what do you think is going to happen now that Capcom is not giving their games to Xbox? I mean, one has to wonder that these discussions are happening, right? One has to assume that these discussions are at least going on within Microsoft and within elsewhere. Wait, you want a parrot too? I have a cat that will probably murder me in the process, but I thought it was supposed to be timed exclusive on PS5, and Microsoft panicked and bought Bethesda. No, Invictus, it was supposed to be fully exclusive. They wanted full exclusive rights for it. Look, I ain't making the rules up. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. How much for a bucket of ice water over the head, Chaos? Mate, at this point, that sort of thing you do for free. It's so hot. I mean, that's how Sony works, right? Full exclusivity. I don't know, Taz. I don't know. I appreciate you, Panforius. Are you crazy, Taz? But yeah. What's this? Yo, Minnie. Come back. They want you as a pirate too. Also, I heard you was colluding with the enemy. Call of Duty is the next topic I want to talk about. That pirate outfit is priceless and worth it. What did Demolish say? Demolisher. J-Dub says a lot of things. I think they need one more big publisher, but from the east to cover that market. Anime, honestly, look, I've had a lot of discussions about this. I actually can't really think of any way for Microsoft to pull it back. I can't. As long as they're on PC day and date, you're giving people an incentive to go to another platform to play your games. If they made it so your games were not day and date on PC, and say they were going on PC 6 months later or a year later, then you give people an incentive to go to your platform. But right now, they have lost a lot of incentive. At the same time, they've ported their games over to other platforms, and I appreciate part of that is because of their agreement with the FTC and Judge Jacqueline Corley. But they've been doing stuff quite consumer friendly, but they've gotten nothing back in return. It doesn't leave a good image, and that's their biggest problem right now: brand image, and they're damaging it every day. I don't think Xbox has given up on Japan. I think they're tackling it another way. They've realized that the traditional method of tackling Japan through the console isn't working. It never will work. I just don't think it will. Even if they bought a big publisher, I still don't think it would work. Because chances are Microsoft wouldn't make those games exclusive, so they would still go to other platforms to play those games. What Microsoft needs to do, is get a handheld over in Japan. One that covers the needs of Xbox gaming, PC gaming, and creates that fusion and has it at a good price point. And then I think they can actually work on breaking into the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, the Far East, sorry. I think that's their only option because Japan has now become more mobile than they have stationary consoles, right? They love their mobile gaming. They love the gaming on the go. Sitting inside the traditional way of playing games has dwindled over the years for people in the Far East, and because of that, handheld gaming is the way to go. See what you guys did? I've literally become the laughing stock. I've got my 10-year-old laughing at me here, got the wife laughing at me, and now I've got Dodo laughing at me. I would say 10 more, but it's worth the copyright strike. What are you guys on about? If Microsoft were to buy a Japanese firm, Square and Sega are most likely. I think Sega would be the most likely. And yes, either Bandai or Capcom would be better, but even then, both unlikely. Edward, I think Sega would be the most, but they wouldn't make the games exclusive. So all they're doing at this point is preparing for a cloud future. That's why they're buying these studios anyway, right? They're preparing for that cloud future that's going to come where they'll be, eventually consoles are just going to go away. They will. Whether people want to believe it or not is a different matter, but eventually they will disappear. And what we're going to have is them just be an app on a TV or your PC that you'll be able to boot up and play if they're not going to be on Steam or whatever. And once they get to that point, whoever has the biggest war chest is going to attract the most customers. And right now, who has the biggest war chest? ZeniMax, ABK are huge. Microsoft is huge. So they've already got 3 superstars right there, right? 3 massive publishing companies. And as I say, if you add like Sega to the list, that's another huge publication that they're going to add. And technically, they've already won the Cloud Wars. We just aren't there yet. But the moment those doors open to introduce the challengers, it's going to be like, right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing. And we have a winner, Microsoft. That's it. It's going to be game over. You can say it's going to be PC later, but if you buy an Xbox and buy it on the store, you can play now. When it comes to PC, you can play on our launcher for no extra cost. See, that's what they should have done, right? At the very least, they should have said, buy it on our launcher or on our console. But by putting it to Steam, I mean, do you remember the saying, right? Everyone remembers this, right? I'm going to say something controversial, but just hear me out. Just hear me out, right? Do you remember the saying, ZeniMax games and Xbox games will be where Game Pass is? Will be on a platform where a Game Pass is. Do you remember that? Everyone must remember that. I probably screwed up the quotes a little bit, but you all remember that, right? Game Pass is an app on PC. So that's where the games for Xbox should be. The moment they put their games on Steam, they already broke that promise. They already broke that promise. by putting their games on Steam. I know people were saying, oh, well, they ported games to PlayStation and this, and they said this. They broke that promise a long time ago. The moment the games went on Steam, they broke that promise. But you know what? At this point, I just don't care. I know a lot of people that do care, and the way I see it, exactly what Sanchez Gaming just said. If those ponies buying those games for $70 and those PC Master Races buying those games for $70 means that I can play them on my Game Pass subscription for free, and I say free because I've already played enough games to actually pay for my subscription tenfold. I don't care. I literally don't. It doesn't bode well for the console. That's clear. They need to do something really drastic now to save the console. And I really don't know what. Now, Colt Eastwood released a video. We can check out the video if you want to. Wait, what the hell? Nope, my cat didn't shit itself. My headset just died. It did die, you said. I need to charge this and I don't know how to do it. One sec. Clearly this one wasn't charging fast enough. Let that go there. Yeah, well, it's not working like that. So you might need to go and get the blue extension. It's round there. Tell Ren to bring it around here and plug it in if this doesn't work. But yeah, so there's a... Sorry, let me see. Device revenue down 11%. Those are old stats, Rabbi. They're not new. When you finish your game? Hey, Steve. Grind away, my dude. Grind away. Hey, Devastator. Demolish it? Essentially, yes. Rabbi, I just answered. Those are old stats. They're not new. Because at the end of the day, if you're on Xbox, the only time, I guess, because right now, the way Xbox is seeing it is that Game Pass is the console. As weird as that sounds, they're making Game Pass the platform and not Xbox. They're not focusing on the Xbox. They're focusing on the Game Pass platform, and they're trying to grow that to subsidize everything else. And it's clear that shift of focus has happened, right? But it's great for those that are on Game Pass, but I also understand the frustrations for those that are not on Game Pass. Because if you're not on Game Pass and you're having to buy your games, well, you're actually getting less games out there available for your platform. There's less, and if those games are already going to be multi-platform anyway, there's less incentive for you to stay on the console. Do you see what I mean? They kind of have to focus at the moment on the console, and whether they're going to do that or not is really time will tell. Oh, COD is gonna make them so much money. So much money. People underestimate just how much money Microsoft is going to make through COD. They really underestimate how much money they are going to make through COD. Just think about it. They're going to make money through box sales on PlayStation. They are going to make money off box sale prices on Xbox, digital PlayStation, digital PC, digital Xbox. They're going to make microtransaction money off PlayStation. They're going to make microtransaction money off PC and Xbox. On top of that, they're making dirty mobile money off COD Mobile. So Call of Duty alone will make them a metric ton of money. Enough so that they really are okay. It's going to be hilarious. I actually genuinely want to see the numbers on how much money that Call of Duty has actually made Microsoft. Because that's where that's going to be the be all and end all. Because even if those games, even with Call of Duty on Xbox, right? It doesn't matter. Because that box sale price might bring you a one-time cash injection revenue, and people are saying, oh, Microsoft is going to miss out on that and all this and all that. It don't matter. Because you're going to go and buy a battle pass. You're going to go and buy that Nicki Minaj skin. Yeah, I know you are. I know you are, Edward. I know you're going to buy that Nicki Minaj skin. You're going to buy those little trinkets, right? They're going to introduce Peely into Call of Duty. And my son here is going to start becoming a Call of Duty player because he loves Peely. But I love Peely, but you would play Call of Duty if Peely was in there. Yes or no? I don't know. But you'd consider it. There you go. See? Just because of that skin, he would consider playing it. He would jump into Call of Duty and buy that Peely skin, and that's microtransactions that they wouldn't get. But Call of Duty is going to make them money. I need a plug so I can plug my thing in. What? The cable, so I can use plug my headset on there. It gonna make them dirty money. And by the way, Edward, I was only joking about what I said. I know you've already got the Nicki Minaj skin. And this is the thing, right? They already got my $30 for the premium Black Ops bundle. They're double dipping like they did with Starfield. They might not be getting $70 off Xbox gamers, but they're getting that 30 extra bucks from you. So they're getting your Game Pass subscription and the $30. Mate, right there. Just use my laptop charger. The white one. Yeah. But they're good. They're good. And look, I wouldn't buy the Nicki Minaj. I said he bought the Nicki Minaj. Let's not get silly now. I play CoD campaign once price drops to £5, but multiplayer never interests me. Edward, I'm only joking, buddy. It was just the way your message got wrote on my... Yeah, give me that. All right. Let me fix this. Guys. Oh, Ed. Chat's asking, when are you gonna come here? Come here. You know, you don't have to get into the thing. But chat's asking when you're gonna join the pirate gang. I'm not joining. Come on, look, they heard you saying you're gonna join. They can't hear you. Chat. It's a glorious thing. It's reverse day today, right? He said no, which means yes. So we'll definitely make it happen at some point. And Invictus, that's where it leads to. No, I don't care how much money Microsoft makes. You're missing my point, Invictus. I'm not one of these people that chase how much profit these multi-billion, multi-trillion companies make. The point I'm making is that as long as those services, those games are profitable, services like Game Pass will exist. If those big multi-million franchises are not profitable, then Game Pass will cease to exist. Obviously, those services and those games like Call of Duty are going to bring an influx of Game Pass members. And this is what you want. More members means more money, more investment into the studios, and hopefully that will equate to higher quality games. But what Xbox needs right now is an outstanding 9, 10 out of 10 game. That's what they need. They need a game that everyone is singing from the rooftops, right? Everyone. 60 FPS, looks great, plays great, great story, great gameplay, great music, great voice acting, the whole 9 yards. That's what they need right now. And they don't need just one of those. They need like 4 or 5 back-to-back bangers. If they can do that, I guarantee you those Xboxes that weren't selling are going to start selling. It's that simple. If you release games that everyone talks about, that everyone praises, that everyone wants, the console will fly off the shelves. Secondly, you want to get the marketing rights for the best games out there. And, college football just showed you how powerful having marketing rights is, right? I spoke to people that didn't even know that game was available on PlayStation. They have a PlayStation 5 and they went and bought a Series S so they could play it. They didn't know it was available. That's how powerful marketing rights are. The same thing happened with Hogwarts Legacy. People were telling me that they bought the PlayStation version because they didn't know it existed on Xbox because they couldn't advertise, they couldn't talk about it. Indiana Jones, I'm worried about Indiana Jones. I think it's going to be a really good game, but I don't know if it's going to be, oh my god, this is a console seller. What you want is a console seller. I think it's got the potential to be that if they do it right, and if it's done to perfection. My assumption though is that it's going to be I would say an 8 to an 8.5 out of 10. I don't think it's going to hit that 9, but that's just how based on what we've seen. That's how I'm seeing it. I hope I'm wrong because I am a huge indie fan. I love Indiana Jones. I'm one of these people that just grew up with indie and just love the movies, even the bad ones. I love them. So I'm hoping that I'm going to be wrong. I'm going into this a little bit pessimistic because I don't usually overhype games for myself personally, but I'm such a huge Indiana Jones fan that I'm trying to keep my expectations tempered, if that makes sense. But the Uranus will never give. But this is the thing: if you make the game flawless, if you make the game great in many, many, many ways, and you don't give them the opportunity to make a criticism, then they can't complain. Oh no, where's my drink? Okay, there we go. Devastator, I will buy a bad indie game. I don't care. It's Indiana Jones. I know it's on Game Pass, but I'm still gonna buy it. It's one of those games. Like there's certain games that I will buy. Period. Right? If they release a physical version of it, I will buy it. If they release a digital only, then I'll probably skip. But if they release a physical, I'll buy it just for my bookcase. What the hell is that smell? No way! Oh, mate, it's the attack of the cat again. No! No! Oh, God, he's attacked again. It's a sneak attack, chat. I think I'm gonna die. Open the door. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die. Oh my god. I'm dying. Oh my god, I'm dying. No, he didn't fight. He had a dookie. And his shitbox is behind me. And it's not good. It is not good. It is not good, chat. It is not good, chat. Oh my god, this is bad. There are times when death comes calling. This is one of the barely breathe. And oh god, it is not. We literally bought Febreze for this reason. Anyway. Oh, I'm glad that you guys are finding it funny watching me suffering here and dying. it's great that you guys are finding it funny. You're not here suffering with this. This is toxic waste. I don't know what the hell he's eating. Man, that cat is so small. It's like a fucking rat, and it's. How is that even possible? When will Microsoft sell the next special series? Towards Christmas. Rabbi, they'll send it towards Christmas, end of the year. They just went on sale on Steam, didn't they? Oh man, that was rotten. Oh man, that was rotten. All right, that episode is done. I kind of survived through it. Not only am I battling with the heat, but I'm battling with the heat and the. Alpha 1, machine games are generally very good. Look, like I said, I love Indiana Jones. I'm going to play it. I'm super excited. But what Microsoft need, do you remember when Phil Spencer came out and said, we can make an 11 out of 10 game and it wouldn't make a difference? No, it would, right? That was a dumb statement he made. It absolutely would. You make a good game, an unrefutably good game with a good narrative that people want to play, the mass majority want to play, people will come. Because believe it or not, contrary to popular belief, and as my good buddy Doc Dark found out, not everyone wants the PC game with the complications that come with it. It's not plug and play. And not everyone wants to deal with settings here or that there or finding out why something isn't working or troubleshooting. They just want to switch the console on and play, right? And that is why consoles are great, because they give you hassle-free gaming. And that is what the majority of the people want. If you're looking for a console experience, you go buy a console. So if you're releasing those amazing games and they can only be played on your Xbox, even if they can be played on PC, you've got no interest in PC, you're going to go and buy an Xbox. That's it. It absolutely did. It absolutely did, Devin. It absolutely did. Without a shadow of doubt. It 100% did. I am literally now an Oreo survivor. I can actually classify that because there was times there where I literally couldn't breathe and I thought I was going to suffocate. But I pulled through. I am a survivor. Panthorius, you can, but they're not going to look better than an Xbox Series X. They don't look better. You might be able to get more frames because you can adjust the settings, and that's true, but they won't look better. What are you laughing at? But yeah, before we got sidewayed and sidetracked into everything, Call of Duty sees an influx in cheaters following Xbox Game Pass debut. And there's a mammoth amount of people that have actually now started cheating using the PC variant on Game Pass to play with aimbots and whatnot in the game. I'd rather not get multiple sclerosis. It did for you. Padforius, no, it's not. Not by a long shot. It's not even close. I mean, I have my doubts if it's actually better than the Series S. The only thing that it has an advantage over the Series S is the fact that A, it can change the settings, and B, it has more RAM. Right? 16 gigs of RAM is extremely useful. And not having 16 gigs of RAM in the Series S is a criminal offense for a company that is Windows. Right? For a company that is Windows, not having 16 gigs of RAM, which today is even criminal in PCs, should be a crime. They should know better. And they should know better that this is going to affect performance. They were stupid when they designed that, and they made a gloriously stupid mistake. Yes, I think Harmon made vid on Clutzy in suggested. I will check that out. Thank you for that $2 Canadian. We've got a couple of videos lined up as well. We've got the Colt Eastwood video, if people want to check that out, that he released 2 days ago. It was available for members first. And we have a Xbox Doesn't Care About the Console, Disappointing Game Pass Tears by Major Ben, which was given to me a little while ago. Looks like RDX. So maybe here's something. So we can check those two out, and after those two, we can have a look at your video. I mean, yeah, even 16 gigs is pushing it. I mean, I've got 32 gigs in my machine, and I think I need to have 32 gig, right? I feel like I need to. But Modern Warfare 3 seeing an influx in cheaters. Dude. By the way, Steve, definitely reach out to me after the stream, and we'll go over those things that you wanted to talk about yesterday. I haven't forgotten, so definitely reach out. I'll be in Discord chat after. Do you believe Xbox will put consoles on the back burner in favor of the... No, 100% no. And the reason for that is this. And the reason for that is this. The experience on cloud gaming right now for Xbox isn't the best. It's also why they're investing and trying to, they're fixing their partnership with Nvidia, right? They're kind of working and strengthening their bond and their partnership with Nvidia, trying to create a really good partnership there, solid one. Because I believe that the next console that's coming in 26 is going to be an Nvidia powered console. So there's that, right? And I think, with the next consoles having proper frame generation, like DLSS, FSR, proper FSR, because the current generation consoles, they kind of seem to have got it midway through. Now they're starting to see frame generation. It really should have been baked in from the beginning. And with the Xbox, it actually was baked in. Just no one was utilizing it, right? Not even Microsoft themselves were utilizing it. But with the next generation, I think it's going to be there day one, so everyone should probably be utilizing it. So that's going to be a huge boost in terms of frames and performance. But ultimately, right now, their cloud experience just isn't... It works, it's serviceable, but it's not great. If it's really busy and four blades of, the blades are being split into four, you're actually getting a so slightly worse experience than you would on the native Series S. Now, you might be saying, well, yeah, but I've got Game Pass and I'm playing it and I don't have to spend $250. That is true. But what if the person then, and this is my thinking, if you really like those Xbox games and you really want to play those Xbox games, and you want to play the best performance of those Xbox games, but you don't want a PC, you only have one other option, and that's a Series S or an Xbox Series X. And considering the Series S is more or less in line with the cloud, the only option you have is the Series X. And in my opinion, it kind of funnels them to the console. It's almost like a really cheap entry into the ecosystem to get them into playing Xbox games. And once they see how good those Xbox games are and they're having a good time and enjoying themselves, they may want a native experience, and then they'll go and get the console. That's my thought process. That's what I think is going on, because that's what makes logical sense to me. That's what makes logical sense to me. Hogwarts Legacy, Sony did have the marketing rights to that. Bad gaming is a lot like Oreo's also. I mean, when I had my good internet, I showed you guys playing Xbox games on GeForce Now, and it was amazing, right? No artifacting, no performance drops, running on a 4080. It was pretty damn good. It really depends on your connection. My concern, Sony is talking PS5 Pro and PS6 by 2028. They need competition. Xbox must talk ASAP. Xbox doesn't like talking, unfortunately. They've said they're going to announce their stuff by the end of the year. So that's likelihood where we're going to see the console. I'm still hopeful that at Gamescom in a week, we are going to see the handheld, or at least a glimpse of the handheld, to build some hype. But we'll see. PS6 will mostly be around 28, 29. I think the Pro will probably take them. I don't know if the Pro's going to take them 4 more years. I think we'll see it latest 28, but I think we might even see it in 27. I'm prepared to admit best version of any game is typically on PC, but I sit in front of one up to 14 hours a day at work. PC for play on top of that is not appealing. I agree. Like, one of the things that I used to do, Edward, is when I used to work at Sega, I used to spend 7.5 hours, 8 hours, sometimes more, testing video games when I first started off as a tester. When I got home, like, a lot of my friends were like, "Hey man, see you when you get home, and let's jump on and play some." Back then, fighting games were good. In 2007, play some fighting games or play some Halo. I'd get home and I couldn't even be bothered to look at a video game. I didn't want to see them. I just spent 8 hours on them. I know I wasn't playing, but I was working on video games. So by the time I got home after 9 hours, the last thing I wanted to see was another video game. So I totally get that point you're making. 100%, I get it. Yeah, cloud bothers me in our current stage of development. Look what happened to Stadia. Look, Stadia, everyone brings up Stadia. Stadia is a unique experience, right? Stadia is run by Google, and Google are just trash. End of story. Google are just a waste of space. They cannot run anything. They cannot focus on anything. They cannot put their mind to anything. They will come up with a great idea. They will push that great idea. And the moment the next shiny comes along that takes their interest, they will abandon the idea and move over to another one. I mean, they turned around and told Hideo Kojima that they couldn't be bothered to pay him money to make a game. They got exclusive rights to OD. And then they turned around and told Hideo Kojima, sorry, this is going to take too long to make, so we're not interested. They built a whole first-party studio. Then they realized how long games actually take to make. And so they shut their first-party studios down before they even made a game. I think they made one game, a really small game. But you get the picture. Google just are not committed to anything. So to use Stadia as an example is really bad. The one thing I will say is, Google Stadia, the actual service, was number one. It was better than xCloud. It was better than PlayStation Online in terms of their cloud. It was better than GeForce Now. It was the best cloud gaming service on the market. In terms of performance, what they were doing, I don't know how they were doing it. Even if you had a bad, like less than 50 meg connection, I know at launch it had problems, but after the whole launch debacle that happened, they had a great infrastructure for gaming. And it was perfect all the time. I almost never had a problem. But they got bored because things take a little bit of time, and so they cancelled it. So yeah. So right now, they threw in the towel. GeForce Now remains number one. Yeah, I know cheaters are weak. Kind of sidetracked from the original story. You can get the standard edition, which isn't using the 4080. I think that's like £5 a month. But if you want the 4080 experience, you're gonna pay, I think, like £140 a month. At least that's what I'm paying on average. I'm sorry, not a month, a year. £140 a year, I think I'm paying, or maybe 150. But that's still better than paying £1,500 for a graphics card, right? And at the moment, even though my PC doesn't render 1440p well through GeForce Now, my Steam Deck runs it perfectly with 14 through cloud gaming GeForce Now. So I can play a lot of my games through GeForce Now on my Steam Deck on a really, really powerful machine, and it doesn't use battery. It's like super light on battery usage. So it's great. Google alter search results to fit their narrative, corrupt company for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Hey mate, I've already had Tower of Fantasy rigging my account. I guess I should watch what I'm saying. Oh my god, it's really hot. Everybody says games now take too long to develop. Here's hoping the next gen plus AI is quicker and cheaper. I mean, that's the problem. Games are taking too long to develop. I want to go back to the era where you were getting 3 games a year from a franchise. Not a year, sorry, for a life cycle. I want to see like a Gears 6, 7, and 8 in one cycle, or at least a 6 and 7. You got the E-Day, which I assume is going to be a smaller game, and then you're going to have like 6 and 7. I want to see that. I want to see that cadence happening again. Right now, you're getting one game every 10 years. It's not good enough. One game, I mean, there are some games that just won't release in a generation because they're taking so long. Right? It's stupid. Games taking that long are costing way too much money. Why do you think Nintendo is rolling everyone? Because they got like 1 billion games coming out every week. There's always something for everyone. Games need to speed up. Yeah, I get that. The CMA not letting Microsoft have the cloud rights was just the CMA being complete and utter arseholes, right? There is no harm coming from them letting Microsoft have it and everyone else have it too. What the CMA should have done, right? What they should have done is said, right, for cloud gaming, you need to provide a separate service that's not attached to Game Pass Ultimate, for those that only want to play on cloud to have that option. But to not give it to xCloud is just them being complete assholes. There's no reason why they wouldn't do that. They've given it to everyone else. They've provided, and the CMA's whole concern was choice. If Microsoft had it only for themselves, they would have the monopoly. But they've given it to Ubisoft, they've given it to Nvidia, they've given it to Boosteroid, they've given it to Ubiquitous, they've given it to everyone else. So why not xCloud? There's literally no reason why they wouldn't have done that. The only reason they did that was because they wanted to, show Microsoft that they are calling the shots and make Microsoft understand that even if they are big business, there are times when they can't bully their way through and get what they want. And this doesn't just apply to Microsoft. This is all big businesses like Apple, like Amazon, like Nvidia. These big businesses have a habit of getting what they want. And the regulators, honestly, most of the time when they're battling with these big companies, aren't even doing it for the consumer's sake anymore. They're just doing it to bloody their nose and say, look, we can make your life a living hell if we really want to, if you're not willing to play ball. And here's a proof of what we can do if we really want to. And that's what happened with the whole CMA and xCloud situation. Because there are multiple different ways that they could have went around this that would have been easily serviceable and beneficial to everyone, and everyone would have been happy. Right now, the way the CMA approached it, that's supposed to be consumer and competition friendly, a huge subsection of the community that is on Game Pass Ultimate has ultimately lost out. You tell me how that is in any Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscribers' consumer interest. It is not. You're making me go out and spend more money to be able to play those cloud games. So this had nothing to do with the CMA looking to balance things out. They just wanted to give Microsoft the bloody nose and to show them that they can't boss people around. Literally it. Stagnus, are those numbers actually from, because they haven't changed at all. They haven't changed at all from before. That's what I'm confused about. Those numbers haven't changed at all from the last time we had our investor call back in April. Was it in April? March was the investor call? I can't remember. But when Microsoft had their investor call, those numbers were identical. They haven't changed. Not for Azure, not for Windows, not for anything. They just... So I'm a little confused at those numbers. Easy fix to use cartoony or anime style art instead of trying to get realistic graphics. More waifus. I agree. 100%. More waifus will save the day. Right? More waifus easily will save the day. The FTC needs to remember who pays their salaries. I mean, just look at this, right? This is actually a really good segue into where we are right now. And the gamers lawsuit. I was going to make a video on this. Maybe I'll cut this out and push this out later. But Florian over here says another filing in the mislabeled gamers lawsuit. See the third part thread below. A few days ago, I commented to Afri more favorably on a motion by the same law firm in a GitHub AI copyright case. They want to put their own case on hold pending an appeal of one legal question. And so the situation here is that Microsoft's lawyers previously replied to an FTC letter to the appeals court about the Game Pass price change. And now they've also responded to a letter to the same effect by the class action lawyers in charge of the mislabeled gamers lawsuit, which is basically Sony's lawyers actually running this, right? Now, I've actually released a video talking about this whole gamers lawsuit, what was involved in there and how much of a joke and stupid it is. In fact, they even cited the numbers wrong. The description of how Xbox changed its service offerings is like in the FTC case. The legal context is slightly different because, as the letter notes, the only theory of harm that the class action lawyers have left is about Call of Duty foreclosure. And as we know, there is no risk to foreclosing because they've signed a 10-year deal. So that goes out the window. So what the are they still doing? I don't even know. And the only legal issue that is before the 9th District Court in the 9th Circuit in that private lawsuit is about whether Judge Corley abused her discretion in connection with harm, which I don't think anyone in the 9th Circuit is going to find that she did, not about the antitrust merits, which are not in question here, right? They can't bring those and make an appeal to those because the appeal here is about the preliminary injunction being legally refused by Judge Corley. That's what this whole case is about. I know the FTC is bringing different stuff into the case, but they don't hold any merit or any ground, and they shouldn't do, because that's not what the appeal is based on. The appeal is based on Judge Corley basically making a decision that the FTC say was not founded on was not founded correctly. Also, only one of the gamers who serve as plaintiff is actually a Game Pass subscriber. I thought that was quite funny. But this is still ongoing, and it's going to continue ongoing because people are just bored, right? And if we go to this guy's here, 5 hours ago, Microsoft Slides previously replied to the FTC. Is this the one I was looking at? Yes, this is the one I was looking at. The class action lawyers in charge of the lawsuit, brought officially on behalf of a few gamers over the ABK deal, have now also written to the United States Courts of Appeal. So the gamers' lawsuit just aren't satisfied with the 9th Circuit. They're now going to the Courts of Appeal as well about the Game Pass pricing change, as the FTC already did in this case. There's nothing new there that makes this more powerful than what the FTC wrote, and to which Microsoft replied. Not sure Microsoft will even bother replying in this case, as it has already addressed the topic in the FTC case that is before the same judges. Basically, they have to prove without a shadow of doubt that the price increase that happened with Game Pass, the strategy change in Game Pass, was because of the ABK merger. And unfortunately, that is almost, that is so hard to prove. So as you can see, they're still trying, but it's not going to go anywhere. Else, you should see the notes CMA put out regarding cloud gaming. They literally said cloud gaming is the future. It's all got released with the. Oh no! I've been saying that cloud gaming is the future forever. You've been watching me, Sanchez, for ages. I've always said cloud gaming is the future. And what they're trying to avoid is one company owning the cloud market. Right? But this deal with Ubisoft is for 15 years. After 15 years, Microsoft get those rights back by default. The CMA can't step in and redo that contract. They did that contract as a one-off, 15 years. That's it. There's no renewal on it. Why do you think Microsoft took their pedal off the xCloud system? Why do you think they kind of put the brakes on cloud right now? They're still pushing it a little bit, trying to push it out there and get it into as many hands as possible. But in terms of actual investment into xCloud, it's not there. You're not seeing it. You're not seeing it in the infrastructure. Because why should they? For 15 years, they're handicapped. But what they're doing right now is building that war chest. The CMA is right, and the CMA knows what Microsoft is doing. I know what Microsoft's doing. You know what Microsoft is doing. They're building that war chest. And as soon as this regulatory process is over, they're going to go and buy another publisher. likely Capcom's, maybe Sega or Square Enix, they are going to buy one, right? They are 100%, without a shadow of doubt. They are. And they're going to add that to their portfolio. And right now, they're going to appear all friendly and nice and say, you know what? We're buying this publisher, whether it's Sega or Square Enix, and we're going to put all of their games on Nintendo and on PlayStation. And jolly well they will do. But the moment they enter that cloud era, where games consoles will basically be a thing of the past and cloud gaming becomes the paramount thing, which it will be. That is where the gaming industry is going. It will be. Whether people want to accept it or not with their physical desires to hold games, it's going to disappear. That's where it's going, because these companies lose a lot of money when it comes to secondhand games. They hate physicals. Once it gets to that point, you're going to have Ubisoft there going, hey, I got Uplay over here. Do you want to come and join up for $15? You're going to have, you know, Sony over there. And we've got some PlayStation 3 games over here. Anyone interested? Hello? And then you're going to have Microsoft over there. We've got Activision, Blizzard, ZeniMax. We've got Sega. We've got Square Enix. We've got Microsoft Studios. All for the low, low price of £19.99. Can't get a better deal than that. So where do you think everyone's going to go? They're going to go to the company with the most games. And then what do you think is going to happen? Companies like Ubisoft are going to say, hey, Microsoft, do you want to go into a bit of a partnership? We're still going to offer our services as standalone, but we want to offer a tier, like a discount for your subscribers, that if they go through you, they can get it for like £2-3 extra. And maybe, consumers might sign up to that. And so Ubisoft is now getting revenue that they wouldn't have got. And that strengthens Microsoft's position. EA then turn around and go, yeah, you're the number one platform. We're going to want to come to you as well. We want to integrate into you. And so they do. And they get a piece of that revenue. But all this time, Microsoft's 10 million consumers on cloud now becomes 100 million. Because they are the go-to platform. That's what the CMA is trying to stop. That's what the CMA is afraid of. And I don't think they can stop it. But that is the end game that Microsoft is going for. All of this right now with the hybrid console and all of that, this is all a pathway to get there. This legal battle that we're seeing with the FTC and the gamers lawsuit and whatnot, this is all a hindrance right now. And this is delaying that process. This is delaying that journey. But ultimately, Microsoft has 15 years to get there, because they're not going to do jack shit until that 15 years is up and they get access rights back to their own games. And when they do, that's when things are going to change very, very quickly, very drastically, and people will not like it. Unless you're an Xbox Cloud customer, then you're going to be very happy. And right now, in my opinion, my personal opinion, NVIDIA is seeing what is happening here. They can see where the writing is going. They can see what Microsoft is doing. It may not materialize, but there's a good chance it will. So they want to get into bed with Microsoft right now and be on their good terms while the shit is a bit muddy, so they can turn around and say, hey buddy, I've been with you since the beginning. You and me, we're in this together. And Microsoft isn't going to turn their back on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is just too big of a company. And that partnership will blossom. And who knows, xCloud may disappear ultimately in the end, or just become integrated straight into GeForce Now, and both of them will kind of be a fusion of one app. But this is where it's going. This is the future that Microsoft is envisioning. And I've no doubt in my mind that the CMA can see this, but they can't stop it. They can only delay it. And by leaving the games off xCloud, that was just them just being pretty much just bad mind. Sorry about that monologue. I must have missed a lot of people talking. We also need to talk about PlayStation Plus numbers downcast. We will get to that in just a second. What don't you think so, Anime? Everyone can do price hikes except Microsoft. But the reason why they don't say anything or do anything for the other companies is because they actually can't. Microsoft right now is under the scrutiny and microscope of the legal system within the courts. So right now, if Microsoft farted, they are going to report that to the FTC and say, "Oh, look, Microsoft farted over there. We got to do something about it." And even then, the courts are going to go, "So what? They farted over there. You've got to do something about it." So, that's pretty much how that's working. Down about his financial numbers released today. I don't see Tim Dog, and I'm very happy for not seeing Tim Dog. The guy's a waste of space. But it doesn't surprise me that the guy is still, after going to PlayStation, having Xbox living rent-free in his mind. Now, that's the type of person Bags should be going after. FTC doesn't need a reason to sue Microsoft to block mergers. They will just do it and tie them up in court for years. It's part of lawfare. It is. It is. Until their administration changes and the current one gets kicked out and the new one goes in and it gets passed through. I mean, we all know that it's not really. I mean, Lena Khan doesn't like big business. We already know that. That's common knowledge, right? But it's also common knowledge that Biden doesn't like Microsoft. I don't know why, but he does. And there's no part of me that believes for a second that Lena wasn't put there deliberately to cause Microsoft trouble. Almost 70 million PS5 consoles, only 1.6% buying games. Guess console sales matter. I mean, we covered this earlier, and apparently 1.6%. I mean, this is what I was telling you, Sanchez, earlier. I mean, they are devastated. They absolutely are. I mean, Woodpit, that's essentially what he's going for. That is essentially the end game. I mean, I don't mean to use these puns, but that's it. That is the end game. That is the end game. Certainly dreams of owning IPs. Is that still moving, or is it just me? Certainly dreams of owning IPs like Fallout, CoD, and Diablo. They probably do. I can't check Tom Warren because he's blocked me because I said he's the next Red Dragon. He got quite offended with that one. He did. He got really offended with that one. You're referring to this? If that's what you're referring to, GPT tracker put it up. But these numbers haven't changed. Unless they're saying they're up 61% from the previous fiscal earnings, then that's huge. Gaming revenue being up 44% is still huge. The hardware being down, of course, that's a real issue. And they need to turn that around. If this is accurate, then I'm assuming this is saying that it's like previously it was 62% up, or was it 61% up? If this is an additional 61% on top of that, that's great revenue for content revenue for Microsoft. And if gaming revenue is up again by 44%, that's really good news. It's showing that even with the console hardware going down, the revenue in selling games and selling microtransactions is skyrocketing, right? Not sure why I care about hardware sales as a consumer. Content and services up 61% means further investment in Game Pass. Gaming up 44% means further investment in productions. This is why he ranks you care about it, right? Now, let me ask you a question. Let's say that you just made a video game, right, E-Ranks? Don't worry, I'm not putting you on the spot here or anything. I'm just giving you a real example. You made a video game, it's cost you 200 million to make. A lot of money. You look at the PC market and there's like 180 million PCs out there. That's a good market for you to release your game on, right? Then you look at the PlayStation market and there's 70 million consoles there. That's a good market for you to release your game on, right? You look at the Switch and it's got like 100 million units out. And as long as it can run it, that's a good market for you to release your games on, right? But if the hardware is down to like 15 million sales overall, I mean, or less, at the moment it's 30 million, right? And let's say for the next generation it drops down to 20 million. Are you inclined to release your game on that 20 million user base, considering the amount of people that actually buy the game is generally between 1% and 5%? That's the question. That's why console sales matter. Because for a third-party company, you don't give a shit how many number of cloud units there are out there unless your game is on the cloud, right? You don't care. Now, if Microsoft turn around and actually do what they said they're going to do by the end of the year and make it so every Xbox game you buy will instantly be available on the cloud, then at that point, that's the nexus point. And as long as your internet is good, the console doesn't matter anymore, right? Because you can go into the Microsoft store, buy whatever game you want, and it's going to work on your TV, it's going to work on your Fire Stick, it's going to work on your console, it's going to work everywhere. But right now, if Final Fantasy 16 released today, let's say Visions of Mana, for example, is coming out, right? If you bought Visions of Mana right now, it will only work on your console, not on cloud. So right now, as a third-party publisher, Square Enix has to decide, is that worth it? Is there enough room for a return of interest? Now, if they said, the moment you buy Visions of Mana on Xbox, it's available on the cloud, you've instantly gained like 300-400 million customers. And not all of those 300-400 million are going to be interested in it. But even if 1% to 2% of those, which is generally 1% to 5% is what the attach rate is, that's a lot of sales, right? That's a lot of people buying it. Can you see the difference just one change can make? But if it's on the console only, and those games don't work on the cloud, then it becomes a bigger problem, because then that third-party publisher can turn around and say, do you know what? I just don't think there's a return of interest, which is exactly what, as it seems, Capcom is now doing with their older fighting games. They're looking at Xbox and saying that they don't believe there's a return on their investment. The work they're going to put into port it over to the Xbox Series consoles just isn't worth it. And so it's not there. That's why. I hope that's cleared a few things up. I've tried to make give it as thing simple as possible. Chaos Trump wants to make tax exemption for tips. Hey, you can tip me all you want then. See? Pony's focus on console. Let's just forget about the company still making, matching, or exceeding the market leader. I mean, I don't, Microsoft doesn't need to sell 70 million consoles. They just need to maintain a decent level. If they were at like 45 million or 50 million, I think that'd be good. I'm not saying that they have to hit the 70, 80 million that PlayStation is going to hit. 45, 50 million is a lot of consoles. But selling the console is important. Right now, it's important. When that change comes in, it becomes less important. But all of these things that Microsoft are doing, pushing it to Amazon, pushing it to Samsung TVs, pushing it to here, pushing it to there, and advertising the cloud system, that's all, in my opinion, setting up for that buy your game, play anywhere. Well, thank you very much, Devastator, for that Canadian $2. I appreciate you. CoD on Game Pass and college football are helping Xbox researchers. Absolutely, Sanchez. CoD was always going to do it. And we've seen now how powerful, what a lot of people have seen, how powerful marketing rights actually is. They're huge, right? You know, college football is selling buckets. It's shifting consoles like crazy because of the marketing rights. It's not exclusive to Xbox, but it's helping it a damn lot. I'd look at attach rates and how hard it would be to port to a platform. Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy 7 showed PS5 dudes don't buy games despite having. See, that's just a bad investment from ShiftUp. But ShiftUp didn't have a choice, right? It was either not make a game or call upon someone, and Sony's rules are, if we invest in you, you make it exclusive. You don't release it anywhere else. Because don't forget, Stellar Blade was supposed to be multi-platform, right? PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. But Sony came in and said you scrapped the other two. But that was okay, right? But when Microsoft went in and told to stop the PlayStation build for Starfield, that was a big deal. That was a big issue. Everyone still to this day complains about it. That's on the pony wagon. But when Sony does it, they move in and say, no PlayStation, no PC, no Xbox, just PlayStation. It's fair game. The double standards are real. But, you know, Stellar Blade is a odd one. I'm really not sure why that didn't do so well. Final Fantasy 7 as well. I think just the way they're going about Final Fantasy 7 is, one, it's taking too long to make those games. And two, from what I've heard, the amount of padding in that game is very, very disheartening. I've actually spoken about 3 or 4 people, I won't say a lot, but 3 or 4 people who have actually stopped playing the game entirely because they can't be bothered to finish it. Make it easier to port to Xbox infrastructure from a PC build, and boom, problem solved. It is. It actually is. They run on the same system. You know, PC runs on a GDK. Xbox runs on a modified XGDK. PC runs on DirectX 12. Xbox runs on DirectX 12U. So it's just been slightly modified for the console. But that's why they can do the PC and Xbox ports simultaneously, easily, because they're pretty much running very similar architecture. It's still not helping. Not for the third parties. Xbox is trying to make it to be able to buy games on the cloud Fire Stick, just like you mentioned. Exactly. That's the end game. Xbox hardware down 7%. Oh, so it's very similar to this then. Gaming revenue up 44%, bolstered by Activision plus 48%. Revenue would have been down minus 4% if the company hadn't acquired ABK. Okay. Content and services revenue are up 61%. Activision accounted for 58%. So Microsoft services accounted for 3%. This one is saying that Xbox hardware is down. Hardware revenue is down 42%. But Xbox hardware is up 3%. I guess the revenue being down is because of the crazy sales that they were doing. That makes sense. I didn't realize it said revenue. Did this one say revenue as well? That one just says Xbox hardware down. Right. So that's a big difference. The revenue being down on the hardware, I don't care about that, right? Because that doesn't paint the picture. That doesn't tell me anything. All that tells me is that they were selling the consoles at a severe loss. And We already know that they're selling the consoles at a severe loss because they've said that they're selling the consoles at a big loss. What they're doing is subsidizing that with the controllers. That's why they're releasing a new controller every day. So every time you buy a controller, it goes and actually subsidizes this 42%. That's why they're doing it, right? Controllers and accessories is what it is, pretty much to curb this number. But if Q2 Xbox hardware up 3%, that's actually good. That's actually good. This is telling you the revenue's down. I don't care about the revenue. I care about how many consoles have been sold, because that's what we care about. Like I said again, financially, I don't care what Microsoft makes, but I want to see the console hardware sales increase, because the more they increase, the more reasons publishers have to release their games. And the more reasons they have to release their games, the more consumers are going to be happy. You know, no one wants to miss out on Resident Evil 9, right? Or a game of that caliber because you've got too few consoles sold. That's what I'm afraid of. It might not happen. It probably won't happen, but there's nothing to say that it can't happen. Whereas you wouldn't really say that there's any chance of that happening on PC or PlayStation. The fact that we can even remotely question that is the problem. Xbox hardware down 31%. Well, is Xbox hardware up? Oh, so Q3 is down. Q4 is down. So the only up it had was 3% in the holiday quarter. So they've been getting bashed up by not selling the console thing. Microsoft revenue quarter 64.7 billion. But yeah, they need to fix the console. There's just no two ways around it. They need to make the console more exciting. They need to make the console more wanted, right? It is, Invictus. It actually is. It's not moving it in the millions, but it's moving it enough for places to sell out. And don't forget, when a shop sells out, you don't know how many stock they had, right? How many Series X's or Series S's did Amazon have in the first place? You don't have any of that data. You just know that it's sold out. See, the moment that goes on GeForce Now, I should buy it and play it on Xbox. But that's what Microsoft is looking at. Series X is the cheapest way to play college football when inflation is up. Everything's expensive here. Yep. Cole Eastwood is only focusing on Xbox hardware. Why do Xbox fans follow that guy? I don't really watch his video, but the one that he released recently, I did watch. Has anyone seen it? It's this one over here. Anyone seen it? Well, to be more precise, it's this one over here. If everyone's seen it, I'm not gonna react to it on stream. I'll check it out elsewhere. I mean, I'll do it after, so I don't waste your guys' time, because I don't want to react at the same time to something that's already been out there. I mean, good on for the guy. 140,000 views. Arthur? Yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong. So the question is, do you want me to react to it? Do you want us to watch it together just to have a quick go through? Or would you like me to do that as a separate video after the stream and push it live for tomorrow? I can do it tomorrow too. Because chat, I have to say, I really do want this. Don't judge me. Do not judge me. But I do want this. I really do want this. This looks like a good limited edition set. What do you reckon? Do a video, Devin? All right, I'll do the video. I mean, honestly, from what I remember watching from this video, Steven, and look, I'm not saying it's my taste, but that looks like a great set. Now, who wants to sponsor me $150 for it? But jokes aside, this over here, TLDR of the video, like Arthur said, it's basically saying Microsoft is gearing up for, Steam on the Xbox. Now, they've been working for over a year that I've known about, where they've tried, since the release of the Steam Deck and the release of the Asus ROG Ally, they've been trying to improve the Windows application on those smaller screens because they suck balls on those smaller devices, like really badly suck balls. And making it a better experience, right? And the way that they're planning on doing that is creating like a big picture kind of UI skin for Windows for those smaller devices. But this is where they're going to use that and kind of create a sandbox where you can play your Xbox games as well. And as the next Xbox is going to be more of like a hybrid, it looks like that's where it's kind of pointing. This is going to go hand in hand with the whole UI. It's nothing new. This is something that's been talked about for about a year, so it's not something that he's just found out or anything. This has been common knowledge for a while now, but he's plastered it in a way that makes it look like it's the breaking news. My problem with this is that it removes it. Basically, it's no longer a console, right? And for those of you that care for a console, great. But this kind of moves away from the console. It basically becomes a PC with a skin. And you can do that right now, technically, with a little bit of tweaking. I can hook my PC up to my TV and I can have big picture boot up the moment I put my PC on. And I'll have a user interface designed for controllers on Steam on my TV. And then if I want, I can switch between that and Game Pass, and as long as the Game Pass interface improves to become controller friendly, I can use that as well. Like there's really there was no substance to anything he said in the video. Ultimately, in my opinion, he just basically rambled on about Steam being on there, being a revolutionary thing that Karim has been saying, and a lot of people have been saying for a while. I've got nothing against Steam being on there, but the moment Steam goes on there, it's no longer an Xbox. The net impact from the Activision acquisition resulted in operating loss of despite generating revenue of 1.68 billion, the costs associated with the acquisition. Speculation. It's all speculations, Rocco. And just stuff that we've seen that's been trickling on that, if you're in like the development channels for Microsoft, you see this stuff, sort of thing being discussed and spoken about, and examples shown like here and there of people just mentioning it and whatnot. But we've known that Microsoft is working on a UI for smaller screens, and essentially that's what he's talking about in here. He shows like a mock-up of a UI that Microsoft potentially could be using, and this is one of the mock-ups, very similar to something that we've seen before on the internet. And you know, it's I know that's where they're going with the handheld devices, and with Microsoft releasing their own handheld device, they need a better UI. So they're going to kind of integrate that with their next Xbox to give it a seamless user interface. It's only logical, it's only natural, but it's all speculation. No one knows anything right now outside of Microsoft. And no one is going to leak this information to anyone that's a content creator. Just needs a 25 inch. Well, my PC is right next to my TV. So people with Xbox will buy a Fire Stick to play Game Pass when traveling, or to see their TV on their, or to see the tech on their TV. I mean, I just sideloaded Game Pass onto my Chromecast with Google TV, and I just use that. It's still its own sandbox because it has its own store, right? It still has the Microsoft Store. It still has a shop inside the console to buy games. So it's still its own sandbox thing. They give you an option to be a part of the ecosystem, but the console itself is its own thing. Diablo! We got Diablo, boys! Diablo! Hey, gaming, have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by, dude. I appreciate you. My desk PC is about 4 inches from my TV, 2 monitors on desk, comfy in my recliner, playing on the TV. That's how it starts, Drugbo. Outside of the fact that it's dead and shouldn't exist, no. Like, I've been playing Marvel Rivals for a few days now. Well, more than a few days, almost about a week now. And I'm absolutely loving it, by the way. It's really good. But it looks like Concord has doubled down on everything that they're doing. They're going for a box product price, no battle pass, no DLC purchases, all content free, everything unlocked in game, no microtransactions. Does anyone want to tell me how this game is supposed to exist with no microtransactions? Now, don't get me wrong. I think that's a bold move. But no microtransactions in a live service game? How do they, I mean, are they expecting to be funding this like Hello Games, who have like a very small team working on it? Calling bullshit on that? They'll let MTX. What do you mean, Drugdor? Are you saying that they're going to go back on their word? Let's do this. Let's do this because I saw this again, and I promise I'll talk about it. And we're gonna do that right now. We're gonna do that right now because we gotta. Right? We gotta do it. We gotta do it. because PlayStation player count for PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium games dropped by 50% in July 2024. But my man, my dude, Marlon had this to say.
People are saying Sony ain't got no games.
Wait, I can't hear anything.
They got games. People are saying Sony ain't got no games. They got games. They have a lot of games. They just haven't shown them.
PlayStation.
That clip will never get old. That clip will never get old. The look on his face was just... that defeated look on his face is priceless. Yeah, that defeated look on his face is just priceless. But yeah, this is according to a website. Where is it? Which website is it? It's one of those trophy websites. Free Trophies. They found that there's a 48.67% drop in player numbers in July 2024 when compared to June 2024, which is a huge decline. The decline in player count is perplexing considering Remnant 2 is the third most popular game on PlayStation Plus Extra in 2024 so far, and Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion saw a whopping 1,171% uptick in active player counts after it joined the service. All said and done, July ranked the third weakest month of 2024 for PS Extra and Premium on trophy charts. So all this is saying is that those people that have registered onto the website that actually have Extra and Premium selected as their subscription, they're basically basing it off that statistic. So these numbers, do take them with a grain of salt. It is still a decrease, and there's clearly, an issue there with people not playing games because there's no games. But whether it's as big and extravagant as they're saying it is another matter. But it is to be noted that this data isn't indicative of the wider PlayStation user base, as it's only sampled from 3.1 million PSN accounts. And that's the problem. That right there just invalidates this whole complete article. Like, this is a complete waste of time. Like, the information is really just nonsensical. They're only equating this to 3.1 million PSN owners. I think there's like 50, 60 million PSN owners, right? 50 million? Maybe more. And this data is just based on 3 million. So, I don't know. You take it as you will. Still seeing a decrease is bad. And, it just, to me, it shows that the offerings that they have on their PlayStation service, their extras and premium, just aren't cutting it and aren't worth it because they're not playing the games that they're being given every month. But it's such a small sample. But again, Sony can increase their price for their PlayStation services and not add value, and no one cares. Right? No one cares. Another difference is, and I know people won't like this, but PlayStation consoles are selling and Xbox isn't. Yeah. I mean, the numbers don't lie, right, Arthur? We just came down. Can you give me a drink? Thanks, buddy. Hey, buddy, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Chat wants to know. Come here. You don't have to come into the camera right now. Chat wants to know how much would it take to get you to wear one of these with me? Nope. Like, your brother said no. Nope. How much? Give a figure. Okay. Okay, chat. They said if you buy a Lego house, that'll work. Now, you said buy a house. Huh? Add. Okay, chat. apparently, if you watch an ad, then that will what then?
I want to add something.
What do you want to add then?
They got to get me. A 4090 even.
All right, chat. If you draw a 4090, then apparently that should be good enough. I like trolling the kids. It's fun. Arthur, the numbers don't lie, right? The numbers don't lie. That's obvious. But Diablo, Season of the Inferno Hordes is coming August the 6th. Who's finished the main campaign and is ready for this? I kind of need to finish the main campaign. Hey, this ain't cold. This ain't cold. That's just so cold. Can you put it like in a cup of some ice?
Yeah.
Thanks. Pack a Chris and a Coke's best I can do. Diablo, someone dropped another 5 gifted subs, but I'm guessing that now that you mentioned it, that's duration is over and I can take it off again. Oh god. I was gonna take it off in a second anyway, but my head. A parrot outfit. Actually, Devin. Do you know that dinosaur outfit? Let me see. This. He has this, and he went out walking in the street, taking the kids to school in it. And on Halloween, he went round and was actually you know like in my old area where you had lots of little kids and whatnot. They loved seeing like the dinosaur. So on Halloween, he actually wore the suit, walking around and taking pictures with them. The younger kids absolutely loved it.
No. When I went to school with him.
You went to school with it as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
But yeah.
I was on social media for a whole day.
Yep. Everyone uploaded him to social media and stuff.
I caused traffic, by the way.
Oh, and
The teachers were complaining that I was causing traffic while on the road.
but maybe I'll get him to wear this on stream one day. That would be funny. But yeah, so more goodness. I assume this is going to be a paid for. This is a season, so seasons are free, so it's not an expansion. So it's available with Xbox Game Pass. Should it be saying Game Pass? Should it be saying Game Pass Ultimate? Who knows? Who cares? Season of the Infernal Hordes. It'd be nice if you actually wear a Barney dinosaur. A Barney? I'll tell him to wear it. I'll tell him to wear it, not me. But you know what? Here's the thing I was talking about, right? This is what I was talking about. Stellar Blade Summer Update, which brings that ridiculously skimpy swimsuit outfit, brings a 40% PS5 player boost because of a bikini outfit. No gameplay update, no nothing. They just added 2 bikini outfits and it brought a 40% increase for the PS5 player. Right. So when I see numbers like this is why I expect the game to do better. Hey, Gamer Jesse, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. But I thought this is funny. Let's see if you actually get to see the outfit. So that's the resort that they opened up that you can go to, and they made it so you can take pictures, but they forgot to add photo mode. Bum, 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 bum. That's the outfit. Is there an actual screenshot of the outfit, proper one? But that's the outfit. This is what made 40% of the player base to sign up and play the game again. Wait, you can't see it. So this is what made the player base 40% play it. What do you think, chat? Hey, Talos, how's it going, buddy? This is the update, and this is what 40% have been doing all day and night on this game. This is peak gaming for them. I don't know, man. There is no photo mode yet. That's coming in an update. What do you think, chat? Time well spent? We came right there. The game is designed for one-handed gameplay. Talos, a massive happy birthday to you, dude. I hope you've had an awesome day, a wonderful day. Chat, let's give it up to Talos for his 50th birthday. That's a milestone. That's a milestone number. And with that, you can celebrate with a stellar ass cheeks. Explain that to your mom when she walks in. Sony could have launched a stellar cheeks controller. Ponies would have jacked off to it. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Have you heard though? On the back of the success of this game, Sony is now looking to purchase multiple studios in East Asia. Just outright buy them. I don't think they've got enough money to purchase Shift Up, personally. Shift Up is just way too, with Nikkei, they are just too big. They make way too much money for Sony. But they are now looking to invest in and purchase East Asian companies to produce more games like this. They are definitely going for that underboob shot. But Sony is seeing the trend, and they're seeing where the market is going. They're seeing where the reaction is for these sorts of games, and they're trying to double down on it, and they're going to try and milk it as much as they can. It's just a thing. Microsoft need to do the same. They do. But hey, that is a stellar ass cheeks for you. I hope you've enjoyed this pleasant demo of the jiggly jiggly wobbly wobbly. Rapidly moving on before anyone decides to take that one controller advisement more seriously. Woodpit, that's what they're trying to do. They know it sells, right? They know it sells. They do. And at the end of the day, they've just got Withering Waves, right? And the character at the moment for Withering Waves that's doing the rounds is this one over here. And so everyone is like really excited for. Wait, that is a really small picture. Where is a good picture? Yeah, that'll do. So this is the character currently that's doing the rounds in Withering Waves, and everyone is really excited for. And you know, the number one question that you see on China, the China game event that's going on right now in China, like people are asking, is 1.1 going to be there when the PlayStation version launches? And these games just sell, right? We all know they do. We all know that's where it is. And they are cornering that market super heavily. And Microsoft needs to step up and start, jumping into that market. They do. Okay, and just one thing, chat. One thing before I do go over to Visions of Mana. Does anyone think she's ugly? I know it's just a video game character and whatnot, and it's pixels and whatnot. Just bypass that for a split second. Just genuinely curious, does anyone think she is ugly? Because there is a huge subsection of the internet right now that really says that she is ugly. That is what's wrong with the gaming industry and with the whole political world today. But I'm not going to get into that. Visions of Mana demo is available everywhere today. It was shadow dropped, and play the demo and receive free weapons in the full game. So there is actually incentive to play the demo. If you play it, you will get free weapons in the full game. It's available on PS5, for Xbox, and Steam. They even done a demo announcement trailer, the playable demo, and receive weapons. The Gladius small sword for Val, Falk's great sword for Val, and Horn Lance for a lance for Val. Exactly, Devastator. These two covered up. Not working. Is that really that bad? Oh shit, that's really bad. I'm gonna show a picture of Nora from Tower of Fantasy that's coming in 4.2 on August. But I can't find one for you. That's a shame. And I'm not gonna put the PV on. I might actually get demonetized with that one. So yeah. Because everyone has to be fat, ugly, and look like a man. Anime. In a TLDR, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the answer. If they're not fat, looking like a man, and ugly, then it doesn't matter. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they have to be dropped dead gorgeous, but the way the internet wants it is that if you look attractive, if you look sexy, it's unrealistic, and people apparently like that don't exist. So it's offensive to women. So that's why they don't want it. They absolutely are real. You know that. I know that. I mean, this is the outfit that's about to come out on August the 2nd, I think, or 5th, in the game I'm playing. Nothing too bad about that one, right? It's all good, right? Devastator, pretty much. What the hell is wrong with this drink? Ah, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see who Talos wants. It makes sense now. Talos. You shouldn't share your deepest desires online. We clearly know what you want now. We clearly have discovered Talos's kink. Right there. uh, hey, the worst part is he's old enough to have watched that as well. Well, I shouldn't say worse. The best part. I ain't that old, but I have seen it. I ain't 50 yet. I'm ways off 50. Don't let the white hair fool you. I had white hair from the age of 20. I'm downloading Visions of Mana on my Xbox. Awesome stuff. Playing Terra Fantasy made you blush. Guys, do you want to see the actual trailer to the 4.2 update for Terra Fantasy? I know it could maybe get me demonetized, but do you want to see it? Do you want to see how crazy they've actually gotten with the 4.2? Alright, let's see. Let's find it. Since you don't want to watch the Colt Eastwood. All right, be warned. You do not want anyone that's a minor or family in your room right now. I am warning you. So this is my prior disclaimer for this. Do not have any of your family members stuff in the room because even I took a step back. This is the trailer.
Hey, you. Are you awake? Time.
This
to
is
get
the new
up.
Tower of Fantasy trailer.
Hurry up.
The new summer
Years have changed.
update.
Don't keep him waiting. Yay!
What do you think, chat? This is.
You're here.
They are pushing the boundaries of
We
what
got
is
this. We'll
acceptable.
definitely get our revenge today.
I did say I gave a warning.
Boss and I definitely won't go easy on you. Game on! Huh? Woo!
I gave a warning.
Good job! Nice! Red team scores!
Yeah, this is what they're trying to how they're pushing their next update. What do you think, chat? You think they're gonna make some money?
Amazing!
It's the final round. Match point.
Watch me! Huh? Ha!
It's up to you now.
But this isn't a hentai game, Snowy. This is just a waifu collector.
Oh, darn it! We still lost!
So that's their 4.2 update. It's they're gonna make bank. I was in their live stream today for the Japanese one because they don't do a live stream in global English. But I was in there, and the moment they started showing off the outfits for the global market, the amount of whales that suddenly came out and was saying, "I need this, I want this, my money's ready," was insane. Sanchez, that is pretty much what the Asian market wants, yeah. And to be fair, that's what the Western market wants. If you look at the way we've gone from one extreme to the other, the Western market has now been starved of anything. So the moment they see a game like Stellar Blade, they're all over it. When in reality, there just needs to be a fine balance between the characters, right? Between NPCs and playable characters, there just needs to be a balance. But it's either one extreme or the other. And they haven't quite found a balance. I mean, have you heard of the things they're saying about all the Western games? Flintlock, whatnot. None of those are, they're all turning around because they say that those characters are SBI trash. Hell, I've even heard people saying that Sarah Bond is the root of all SBI in Microsoft, but that's a different story. Oh yeah, Sappho, they don't go that far. Go boo. But the West, the West is after that. Because they've been so starved of everything just being so unattractive. It is what it is. I see what you did there, Talos. I see what you did there. Again, boy at the terror. I mean, yeah, you know, I don't mind diversity, but there just needs to be a balance, right? That's why when you're looking at games like The First Descendant, the publisher now is just full on selling the game on sex appeal, right? Let me have a look. The First Descendant. And it doesn't even have to because the game is good on its own. It doesn't need to sell on sex appeal, but that's pretty much what they're pushing right now. You know, if you're looking at this, sorry about that, but this is what they're selling it on, right? Let me mute the desktop audio. This is what they're selling. They're trying to push the game on now because they know. Fucking hell, audio! I muted you. But this is the type of thing that they know that will sell, so they're pushing it really hard. You've got this one over here. This is the new character that's coming to The First Descendant. They know that this is what the market wants, so they're giving it to sell it. Yeah, it looks like this is kind of going that way. It is, but they can, right? And there's nothing wrong with it. Underneath the game, you know, underneath all of this, there's a really good game there. But this gets people posting about it, making fan art, you know, talking about the characters, and it just gets publicity. And in the end, that's what they want. They want more people to hear about the game, more people talking about the game, and more people referring to the game. And as long as they're getting that, they don't care how they have to do it. The fact that they got 10 million of an install base just on launch without mainly anything outside of Bunny. And I'm sure you've all seen Bunny, right? You've all seen the way they've created Bunny's ultimate form. Don't know if I can find it here. But that's Bunny, but that's her basic form. But her ultimate form is again like really, really lewd. But yeah, I can't seem to find it. I can't be bothered to search for it either. But yeah, it's helping it to sell. And it's helping awareness. Like one of the first things, like I remember David Jaffe when he was talking about Concord, and he said the biggest issue he has with the game is the forced wokeness. He says, you know, like me, he doesn't care if a game wants to have diversity, but that game has it so heavily forced that it's noticeable and it does bother you. And it's going to suffer for it. Sappho, I know Destiny's Child. That's worse than what we just saw. That is way worse than what we just saw. I know what Destiny's Child is. I ain't getting out demonetized. If I wasn't getting demonetized for Tower of Fantasy, I'm 100% getting demonetized for Destiny's Child. I thought that game was closing down though, Sappho. Snowbreak? Are you crazy? Fuck it, we've already gone down the rabbit hole, haven't we? It's not so much watching; it's just images. The Snowbreak effect is essentially them going full waifu, and I mean fully just like sex appeal. Like for example, let me get a few images up. This is Snowbreak. Just trying to make sure to see which ones are the tamest ones. Let's see. So this is one of the ones from Snowbreak. This used to be a military shooter. Everyone used to be in military attire. The company was going bankrupt. And then they changed their gazes to these and stuff like this. And then ultimately ended up with shit like this. And yeah, now they're a multi-million-pound earning company. Now they're making bank. They went from almost bankruptcy to now being financially viable to pretty much continue making and supporting that game for however long they want. And the female activists actually went after them. The woke people went after them like heavily. And they told them in the most kindest fashion to fuck off. They said, we know what our community wants and we're going to continue delivering it. If you don't like it, piss off. That was the message that the development team at Snowbreak gave them when they actually went after them. Zruggle, the gameplay is fun. The dungeons, the boss battles, they're all fun. The skins and stuff are all like external, but the actual combat is a lot of fun. It's very good to play one-handed. Trust me. Full on experience, firsthand. But yeah, definitely a solid game underneath there. Nordic Showcase 2024, August the 2nd. Who's interested in this? I don't know if I'm gonna. This is the Friday. This Friday, I think. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming here or over at Twitch. I'm most likely gonna be at Twitch. So if anyone's interested and wants to hang out to check this out, I'm probably gonna be streaming the showcase in between me playing some video games. So if you're interested, feel free to stop by. It's August the 2nd. Time-wise, 12 p.m. PDT, 3 p.m. EDT, 8 p.m. BST, 9 p.m. CEST, 10 p.m. EEST. Soul Reaver reveal will come when you least expect it. That's my assumption. In fact, I reckon we're going to get a Borderlands 4 reveal before we get a Soul Reaver reveal. Because apparently it could have happened, could be announced soon, says Gearbox CEO Tim Sweeney. We're not going to be making people wait for a long time before we announce it, so it's definitely in the works. And also mentions expectations of a Tiny Tina's Wonderland sequel are reasonable. So they are in the early phases, I assume, for Tiny Tina for a sequel. So for those of you that are Borderlands fans, it looks like the fourth game is all but confirmed, if it wasn't already. And I reckon this announcement is going to come at the same time as the movie. Maybe a day before the movie or on the day of the movie's release in the theaters. They're going to drop the news about this to build hype up for the movie so you can go watch it. So for you that are interested in it, your wait probably won't be too long. Your wait won't be too long. And finally, as I was saying earlier, it looks like there's a rumor going around PlayStation Studios is expanding into Asia in a much larger way. India Hero Project and China Hero Project, which is the two events that were going on, aim to release approximately 5 games per year starting in 2026. Sony is very interested in buying Chinese, Indian, Japanese, and Korean studios to bolster their arsenal, especially with those games like Stellar Blade, which has created a fandom, right? And they can see that these games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, Stellar Blade have a huge following, and they've realized that trying to invest in these and buy these companies, if they can, to make those games exclusive, will yield a lot of money and, you know, basically attract a whole generation of players over to their console only. And honestly, if they manage to pull this off, I think they will almost become unstoppable in that regard. Only something like GTA 6 having exclusive content on Xbox will potentially destabilize them. And you know what, Talos? They'll probably get away with it too. They probably will. So this video I'm going to watch now is called Xbox Doesn't Care About the Console. Disappointing Game Pass Tears. But the dude has an RDX t-shirt. Now, if I remember correctly, RDX was a very prominent and big Xbox podcast, right? If I'm not forgetting. Hey, Remain Legend Force. Are you off? Did I miss him saying he was off? I don't think so. Are you still with us, Force? Are you leaving us, Force? You know what, Devastator? I never could get into the Borderlands series. I've really tried. I've really tried. But I've never really gotten into them. There's always been something that's kind of, I don't know. I really don't know. I've always wanted to get into them. I just don't know. I've tried. I've bought them. I owned them. It's really weird. Yeah, same here, Drog. China should be a natural ally of Microsoft, considering how much they hate Japan. I mean, there is that. But this is the video. Xbox doesn't care. But RDX used to be a big thing, right? So I'm a little confused about this one. I've got a little bit of the network timer thing going around because this one doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, let's hear what he has to say. Let's see what he is saying and have a quick look. We'll go through maybe 1 or 2 videos and see what we have left. Maybe Devastator. Alright, let's have a quick look.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to yet another brand new Major Ben gaming video. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day as always. Today I'm going to be talking about Xbox Game Pass. I know it's been a while since we've had these like new tiers sort of talked about on their Game Pass list, but I genuinely just think at the moment that Xbox just does not care about the console user at all. Like, they just do not care about the console user, and I genuinely don't know, apart from Xbox fanboys like myself used to be, hence the t-shirt. You know, I'm not such an Xbox fanboy anymore after all this stuff. I actually play primarily a little bit more on PlayStation these days and PC and stuff, but I love the Xbox console. For people who are going to call me an Xbox fanboy or an Xbox hater, I love my Series X and the Starfield wrap. I absolutely think the console is phenomenal. I actually think it's better than the PlayStation 5 console with amazing features like Quick Resume. I've said it in my videos before, but I just absolutely cannot support a company that is so anti-consumer against Xbox users right now and just doesn't seem to want to care about the people playing on the Xbox console, and I think it's a shame. So my point here is, if we look at the new tier list, we've got Game Pass Core. I think this is good, but I think it's very, very much a shame that you're not going to get day one editions. This means
you never did get day one editions. Like, you literally never ever got day one editions. So why is it a shame?
Any, like, as it says here, by Xbox Game Studios games like Bethesda, Activision Blizzard, id at Xbox, like, you're not going to get any of those games day and date. It would be really good to understand and know when they will come to the platform, when they will come to Game Pass Core, because
they will never come to Game Pass Core.
At the end of the day, like, they will eventually come to Game Pass Core, but it's like, how many years, how many months? Like, that would be good to get something, you know, to know. So all you're going to get is online console multiplayer, which this needs to just be scrapped from both PlayStation and Xbox. This is ridiculous that in 2024, going not far off 2025, people even need to have this as something that should be ticked under a fee. That baffles me still. You do not have to do that on PC. Xbox release games on PC. They have Game Pass on PC. You know, this does not need to be this way.
But yet Sony does the same thing, but he's praising Sony at the same time. I'm confused. Like, what is he talking about? He says he plays his PlayStation more nowadays, but they also offer a PSN service that requires you to pay for it to play online. Literally, that's how you play online. So why is it not a problem there that he's now, you know, championing on the other side, but it's a problem for Xbox? I'm confused. And since when has Core or Xbox Live subscription been an issue with day one games? It's never had it. It's never going to have it. It's never gonna get it. So I actually don't understand why he's even moaning about Game Pass Core. I mean, Game Pass Core should be the one subscription no one even talks about. The only reason you get Game Pass Core is for the simple reason that you just basically want to play on live, and that's it. The 25 games you get on there are pretty wish-washy anyway, so, like, what is there even to talk about this service? It's not Game Pass. It's just Xbox Live. That's it.
Limited catalog of 25 plus games on console, member deals and discounts. So that's all you get for Game Pass Core. It really is a low budget, but it's still quite a lot of money, to be honest. But okay, sure. Game Pass standard, $14.99 a month. You get the same 3 things, plus you get Game Pass catalog of hundreds of games. This is the huge Game Pass catalog, not just the 25 games, and not day one added at a future date. So I guess this one here, you do not get any of those games. This is just the bare bones stuff. 25 plus games, God knows what that includes. And this, you do not get any of them, but they will be added at a future date, just doesn't specify.
I just want to know, does chat, has anyone seen the movie Evil Dead? I think it was Evil Dead 2. Was it Evil Dead 2 or Evil Dead 3? Where Bruce Campbell fell asleep and then woke up like 2,000 years in the future. I think it might have been Evil Dead 2, right? Am I thinking correctly? Evil Dead 2? Is this what happened to this guy? Because the way he's talking about it in a way where he genuinely believes that Xbox Live before or Game Pass Core previously, before the price hike, was actually offering you day one games. It was never offering you that service. In fact, Xbox Live was giving you those really, really trash, low tier, low budget games that were pretty much on sale for like £2 a pop. And that was it. You're actually getting potentially a better deal now with the way it is. So the fact that he's complaining about Core really makes me think that he fell asleep and woke up a few thousand years later. As for the Game Pass standard tier, it's a bummer, but there was only so much that they could do in offering day and date games. At some point, it was always going to change, and I called that it was going to become Game Pass Ultimate only. I said it was, and it has become. Now, the bigger question is, should they make the cloud aspect a bolt-on? So you can get Game Pass Ultimate, maybe at a lower price, and then you can get cloud, which would be the difference between that and what the current price is. I think that would be interesting.
Fine. And then you've got the $19.99 a month Game Pass Ultimate, which includes everything, including
So
EA
it was Evil
Play,
Dead 3.
Riot
Yeah, I
Games
think that's what
benefits,
he's
perks,
reenacting.
discounts, and Xbox Cloud Gaming. Now, then the even weirder thing is you have PC. So the PC thing is $11.99, which is, last I checked, this is dollars, I'm used to pounds, but $3 less than this, yet it gets day one releases with a lot more, with two other options here: perks and discounts on games and Game Pass library, plus EA and Riot Games benefits, and it's less than their standard version.
Because they're not paying for any infrastructure for internet. If they were, it would have been a lot higher. But they're not. And they're also having the PC library of Game Pass and not the console library. Now, I appreciate in the recent times, everything has been going everywhere, but in the past, that wasn't the case always.
Like, if anybody who can defend this, you have to pay $8 more per month just for the fact you're on a console. There is no other reason to that. Literally the fact that you are playing on their own device, they are going to charge you more. One of the reasons is because of this whole online fee here.
Which is what
I guess the other reason would be Xbox Cloud Gaming. I would happily remove this to get to this price. I think that it's genuinely, somebody tell me why this is okay from Xbox. I cannot get my head around, apart from the fact that they just want to push PC Game Pass. We don't know at the moment what on earth is going on with Xbox. They are in a mess. The consoles aren't selling like much at all compared to the competitors of PlayStation, Nintendo. It's really not doing great. It's becoming a very niche console to the point where big games like Black Myth, Wukong, and we've had various other titles as well, aren't releasing on the console at launch for that game. This is not something that happened in the previous gen with Xbox One and PS4, despite their...
I mean, Xbox One just didn't exist, right? No one bought it. So publishers didn't have to care. But no, I kind of get the whole PC Game Pass thing. At the end of the day, it is way cheaper than the other options, the two options. And they get almost everything that the other options are getting, and they're paying half price. So I totally get it. I get the PC Game Pass part. because the PC Game Pass aspect completely invalidates standard entirely. It completely blows it out of the water.
Actually being a power difference between PS4 that was running a lot of games at 1080p and the Xbox One, because it was so weak, was doing like 900p or 720p in a lot of cases. There was actual power differences. These consoles, there's really not that much of a difference between them. It's a very different generation, yet we're still seeing games just...
He's wrong there as well. It's because Kinect was using the resources, and then Microsoft made it so you can actually use all the bandwidth, all the power that was being diverted to the Kinect to your games. And then the games started to come out very similar. But it was only because at the beginning, the Kinect was using so much of the resources.
Missing the Xbox platform entirely. It is very, very odd. So I just cannot grasp my head around this, apart from the fact that they just want to push PC gaming. They do not seem to care at all about console users, and they need to be very, very careful, because again, if they didn't have the console users, that is a huge amount of people that just aren't subscribing to Game Pass. There's a lot of people on console that are actually paying you a monthly fee for Game Pass, and you are screwing those people over and shoving it in their faces and saying, go play on PC at this point. Now,
I mean, I can't argue with him there. There's no reason why the Game Pass PC Game Pass should be $11.99. I mean, it's a good deal. I get it. But why is Game Pass PC $11.99 and standard is $14.99? You get less on Game Pass standard than you do on PC Game Pass. The main difference here being the online console multiplayer. But is that enough to warrant the lack of first-party games day and date? You know, he's not wrong. On this occasion, I actually agree with him. Standard should not exist. Honestly, it should not exist. And what they should have done is left it as $9.99 or $74.99 for Game Pass Core, and then just made Ultimate as a $16.99 or whatever it was. Just leave it as it is and sell it that way. Or if need be, break it down. You know, xCloud Gaming, if standard didn't exist, they could have basically said, right, xCloud Gaming is $3.99 or $4.99, and then give the option of, you know, half and half. $14.99 for everything as it is without cloud, and if you want cloud as a bolt-on, then you get it. I mean, people don't play EA Play, so maybe they can knock off a couple of quid for that at the moment. But even then, like PC Game Pass gets the EA Play stuff, the perks, they get day one games, they get all the catalog plus extra PC games that are only on PC, member discounts, and they're getting it, all of that, without cloud gaming for half the price. Is cloud gaming really worth $9 a month? And should Xbox users who don't use cloud gaming at all, get it $9 cheaper? It's a good question.
That's fine if that's your strategy and you genuinely are not going to care about the console users and you're going to exit the console space, then fine. But I do think you should let people know, because you're out there at the moment talking about game preservation and preserving people's libraries, but you're preserving those libraries on consoles. What is happening? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing with the purchases people are making on the Xbox Series X and S right now? Are those purchases going to be transferred for people to play on PC? Because Xbox love to talk about how they have this, oh, play anywhere, buy a game on Xbox, you also get it on PC. That is false. That is a lie. 99% of games that you buy on your Xbox console, you will not just be able to play on PC. You absolutely will not be able to do that. If you play them through Game Pass for the fee, then yes, you could jump between, with Ultimate, you can jump between PC Game Pass and Xbox Game Pass. You can do that. But if you buy a game, like if I go out and buy a game that isn't one of Microsoft's own games and just buy a game on their store, then the chances of you actually being able to just download that game from the Microsoft Store, on PC is highly unlikely. It is barely any games that support that feature.
But when has Microsoft claimed that they are play anywhere 100%? They've never ever claimed that. Not now, not then, not ever. They've talked about Play Anywhere. They support Play Anywhere, especially with their own their software. But they can't dictate what Capcom does or anyone else. But just look at Persona, I think it's Shin Megami Tensei. If you buy that on the Windows Store, it's Play Anywhere. If you buy it on Game Pass Store, it's Play Anywhere. You buy it once, you play it anywhere. You know, but that's a deal and an agreement that Microsoft has made with Atlas, right? So where have they said anything like this where every game is going to be Play Anywhere? So again, I think that's factually wrong. I get the sentiment, but to go after them for that, I think is wrong.
Now that's what worries me, because they talk about game preservation.
They do.
And that is just not something they've explained to us as to how that's happening. We don't.
You have lots of backwards compatibility games with the Xbox and the Series X. I mean, not Series X, the Xbox 360. That is what they're talking about. It's pretty straightforward.
Don't know what's going on. They've told us there is going to be another console, right? They have told us this, and it's going to be the biggest generational leap, but we just don't know how that's going to be. They're obviously pushing cloud gaming a lot. They've talked about cloud gaming. They've told us you don't need to buy a console. Just
I got it. I got it, chat. I've got it. I figured it out. It's Tim Dog in disguise. It's Tim Dog in disguise. He's upset that they haven't told him everything in the boardroom about what they're doing and what they're planning to do going forward. And now he's going to start his revenge arc because they're not giving him a heads up about what's going on. Has to be Tim Dog. It has to be. I can't think of anyone else.
Just go out and buy an Amazon Fire Stick, which is terrible marketing. And I just genuinely think anybody who is buying games on Xbox right now, I would be a little bit careful. I've stopped entirely buying games on Xbox because I just worry about the future of those games that I'm buying. If there's a game that's on PlayStation and Xbox, you best believe I'm buying it on PlayStation, and I'm buying it physically at the moment because I'm not even sure about PlayStation's future. Gaming is so uncertain right now. I'm buying things physically on PlayStation 1 because I like collecting. I think PlayStation will be there, but again, if it's not, I have something where I can resell this stuff to buy myself a PC in the future if there is no other alternative. If it's just PC gaming and cloud streaming from like PlayStation and Xbox, I'm going to play PC. I'm going to stay the native hardware route for as long as I possibly can. But for my consoles, where I play the majority of my games on a TV because it's just a little bit more comfortable, I'm going to buy them on PlayStation because I'm so unsure that if I buy a game, like I can't think of a game right now, but if I buy Black Myth Wukong and I don't buy it on PlayStation, I wait to buy it on Xbox, even if it did release the same day, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play that game in 10 years time if I wanted to go back and play that game. I know some of you guys...
My dude, you don't even know if you're going to be alive in 10 years time. Why the fuck are you thinking about 10 years time? Good Lord. You might wake up tomorrow morning and get hit by a bus. Why are you looking that far ahead? Jesus.
Oh, well, you're never going to play a game again.
Oh, man. I gotta think about this, guys. I need to think about if I'm buying a game, you know, if I'm going to be able to play it in 60 years. I want to make sure my grandchildren's grandchildren can actually play it. And I need to think. I need to get this through. And this needs serious consideration. Fuck, you know.
So you guys aren't going to go back and play Elden Ring ever again in the future? Because I already played that game through 5 times, and I guarantee I'll play it through again just this year alone, and I'll play it through again the next year.
And that's good for you, but the average person doesn't go back and replay games. In fact, statistically, they are the very minority. Most people don't have that sort of time. They play a game, they complete it, and they move on. In fact, most people don't like multiple endings for that simple reason, that they don't want to go back and replay the game. They want to play it, finish it, and move on. So, I mean, I'm happy for you, but you can do that anywhere.
I love that game to bits, and I will keep playing that game, and I will love to go back 10, 15, 20 years time, and just to go back to this point, everybody who says, oh, you never play old games, yes, you do. So many people go back and play the original Pokemon games now. It will be the same for me for things like Elden Ring and games that I love, some of the Final Fantasy games, the remakes of those.
The reason why you can play Pokemon is because it's a turn-based game. You are, when you 10, 15 years time, we'll probably have like VR headsets that are running the show at that point with mind-controlled fucking controls being so fluid and everything. You're going to go back and use a joystick to play a game? I wonder if my dude goes and plays the Commodore 64 or an Atari 2600 or an Amiga Amstrad, the Atari Lynx. I'm genuinely curious. Devastator, they will be pointless. That, you know.
Those. I will absolutely be playing those again in my future. And if there's no hardware to play it on, that sucks. And that's what worries me about Xbox and this whole tier list.
And you think there's going to be a hardware for PlayStation in 20 years' time? Did someone send this guy a memo on where the world is, on where the industry is going? Because I think he definitely needs the memo. He definitely missed it. He definitely missed the memo.
Just shows me that they are just wanting to push PC. Everybody who owns a console only and
Dark, you need the ColecoVision. That's what you need, mate.
Doesn't have a PC should be absolutely insulted that you are having to pay $8 more than the PC users. And I'm not saying raise the PC price. I'm saying make them the same. Like, they should be the same. You have the same games on both. In fact, the PC library is sometimes slightly bigger because you have various PC-only titles like strategy games that just don't run on console. Oh, Xbox is making me unwell.
Oh, now Xbox is making him unwell. Holy shit. Oh my. Oh my god. Now Xbox is affecting his health.
I'm just frustrated. And for people who are going to start saying, oh, you're just a PlayStation fanboy, I'm absolutely not. I love both systems.
The fact that he even has to say that means that he absolutely is, right? If someone turns around and says, I'm not a fanboy, you fucking are a fanboy. It's really that simple. If you have to seek validation by yourself and have to justify to yourself that you are not a fanboy, you are a fanboy. You know, you can't. The fact that he had to say it is proof. You know, it's you know, say more.
I have this a lot and it's very frustrating. I enjoy both consoles. I want the best for both businesses because I like the fact that I buy 2 consoles. I enjoy that. 3 actually, if you include Switch. Like, I enjoy having multiple different consoles for different use cases. And I'm sad to see that on the Xbox side right now, they're just being very unfair. And I think on only the console users. I know Sony is awful to people as well. I'm just specifically in this video talking about Xbox and the state that this is showing up in, where they're genuinely charging.
So he admits that Sony is being awful as well, but he doesn't want to talk about that because this is a video about bashing Xbox. Now, I will agree that standards should not exist. It's just a stupid tier, right? Standards shouldn't exist. And if they're going to introduce standard, they should have done it at a cheaper price. But, you know, PC Game Pass should probably not have the EA Play and the perks, right? It should just have, potentially, I guess, just a day and date and a Game Pass catalog and member deal discounts. That's it. It should only have this free. The fact that it's got these two as well, it does make you wonder, am I now paying $9 more to play online and for Xbox Cloud? And should xCloud just be a bolt-on to Game Pass Ultimate? There are people that can't use it, right? Don't want to use it, ever. Why are they being forced to have this as an add-on on there? I mean, Microsoft will never remove that because they want to grow cloud users, but at this point, should the pricing disparity be this much? And is the $9 that we're paying? Well, I guess the US is paying $9 extra. We're only paying, I think it's like £4, £3 extra. It's really weird. We're paying like a lot less. Is the cloud online multiplayer really using up that amount of money to run the infrastructure? It's a good question.
Charging so much more for their own platform users. If anything, this should be less. You've bought a console from them. Like, they are just outright screwing you over basically because Call of Duty is coming into Game Pass. That's pretty much the reason for this. This whole price increase is pretty much just happened to come before we've had Modern Warfare 3 just added to Game Pass, and we're about to get the new Call of Duty in a couple of months' time. Like, that's the price increase reason. But PC is nowhere near the price of the console version, even the standard. Like, this, like, okay, it's terrible. $8 more just the fact that you're on console, but the fact that the standard one doesn't give you day one releases and you're playing on Xbox's own platform and it's still $3 more than PC Game Pass. Are you really charging, like, even if you said, okay, online is $3, right? That makes up the difference. You're still not getting day one releases. What? I can't even deal with Xbox right now in their strategies and what the hell they are thinking. It baffles me that this is what they're doing, and I'm so sad to see this brand. And I'm just not going to support a brand that is doing this.
Pat, do you think he went and sold all his Xbox gear after he made this video? You know, all his Xbox games, his Series X, his RDX t-shirt. Do you think he went and sold all of this? Or did he sit back down on his Game Pass and start playing games? What do you reckon? Because in my opinion, my dude just sat back down there. As soon as he finished making that video, yep, loaded up Game Pass. Let's go, baby. But yeah, if you look at his wall, my dude has become a full pony. And before anyone says he looks like me, that is not me.
This is just terrible for me, and I don't like it, and I'm sad to see it because I love the Xbox platform. I love the Xbox ecosystem. This is just disappointing, and if anybody is defending this, same for Sony. If Sony suddenly bumped their subscription up, and
they fucking did, you moron! By a huge percent, without offering any value to their service, and you are happy to pay for it and buy it.
they do a PC subscription, and their PC subscription is far cheaper than their console one, I will be just as pissed for those people who are talking about that stuff. If there's a price increase to PlayStation, I'll be talking about it. Don't worry. Like, I'm not a fan of either. I like both. I'm not a fanboy of either. I just enjoy gaming, and I want the best for the consumer because I am one, right? I am a consumer of these products, and this frustrates me because it's just unnecessary, and they just seem to want to absolutely screw over the console player for no reason at all, and you're buying a console platform from them, and this is what they do. After promising us all these great games, we've had no great games from Xbox. There's been nothing that has been standout like some of the PlayStation games. There just hasn't been. Yes, we're going to start getting some decent games, hopefully, from Xbox. We're getting Call of Duty now, but at the end of the day, this is what they're doing because of that. We're finally giving you good games. Let's just bump the price up, even though we've promised you good games over the last 5 years and haven't delivered time after time with 30 FPS releases on console. Oh, Call of Duty's coming. We're going to bump your price up. Well done. Good news. Great. Love this. Thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully we have some more positive news in the future. And I'll, yeah, bye.
So, this was literally just a meltdown video. We all knew that the price increase was coming regardless. I actually expected a new tier in the other direction for ABK games. I expected although they probably couldn't do it because of the FTC, but I expected actually a new tier to the right of Game Pass Ultimate, and that $19.99 would have been Game Pass Ultimate with ABK, right? Whereas standard would have remained Game Pass Ultimate, so you'd have paid like $5 extra, or $4 extra, $3 extra, whatever it is. Because I think $16.99 was the actual Game Pass Ultimate as it was right now, previously in the US. So you'd have paid like $3 extra and had the ABK deal. So that's the way I thought it was going to go. Standard for me doesn't make sense. It never has, it never will, and I just don't understand it. Standard is just weird. It shouldn't exist. There's no reason for it to exist. It just pollutes the pricing structure even more. Now, if you're a PC gamer, you're probably getting the best deal, right? You probably don't need to use xCloud anyway, because if you're ever using the cloud as a PC gamer, you're probably going to go to GeForce Now, at least until Microsoft changes the way xCloud works. You don't pay for online multiplayer anyway, so you don't even need Ultimate. But the one thing that he's not understanding with Game Pass Ultimate, which is another factor for the gaming increase in price, is the fact that unlike PC Game Pass, which is only PC only, Game Pass Ultimate is PC and Xbox. You are getting both versions. With PC Game Pass, you are not getting the Xbox version. Now, that might not matter for PC, but that is part of the reason why you are getting a substantially cheaper model. Again, standard completely debunks what I'm saying there to a certain degree. That's why it shouldn't exist. The pricing of that is just so weird. But for for Ultimate, you're not only just getting xCloud, you are getting two versions of the game that you can play, both PC and Xbox. So you're getting xCloud, you're getting the PC version of the game, the Xbox version of the game, and I guess you're paying for online multiplayer as well. That is how that $9 is made up. The $9 difference. Right. That's my understanding of this. That's how I'm seeing it. I can't really see any other thing here, but I don't know. You let me know what you think, folks. And but again, Tim is justifying to others who call him a fanboy daily. I mean, Tim is special, right? We all know he's special. I mean, I'm not saying this Major Ben is thing bad, but I think he's already decided that he no longer wants to be a Xbox fan, and that's okay. You don't have to be. I mean, I'm an Xbox fan. I'm not a fanboy. I'm a fan. And I do enjoy my other consoles, like you all know. I do. Right? The only one I actually spend the least amount of time in is the Switch. Oddly enough, I just don't really find time for my Switch. I wish I did, but I don't. What video, Devastator, did you recommend? Since you have a hard on for Harmon Smith, let's check one out. So there's one about the Yasuke narrative has completely collapsed despite everyone something. Chat, there's that one. There is Elden Ring 100% could run on Nintendo Switch. Or Elden Ring fanboy claims Nintendo Switch can't run open world games. Well, that's already false because Breath of the Wild is open world. So that doesn't make sense at all. So there's those two. There is Punch Out Wii is harder than Elden Ring. That sounds nonsensical enough that it could be amusing. Cygnus, do you have any source for that? Because that's the first time hearing of it. Because I know Zelda Zone Zero had like a 6-month exclusivity deal. But honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Sony did do that. It's just too much of a cash cow for them. Microsoft are just stupid. They don't like money. They don't want to make money. There are certain games out there that you need to have in your catalog, and I just don't get it. They just don't like money. It looks like they're allergic to making money. But if you have a source for that, I'd appreciate it. I've not played Sekiro, but I'm constantly being told that I should play it. Maybe we could like I said at the start of the stream, I'm looking to get those member streams started very, very soon. So maybe that's something we could do in the member streams. As I smash my head against the mic or something, but I played absolutely terribly. What do you think? I like the samurai appeal to it more than the Elden Ring. Elden Ring just seems brutally difficult for no reason. We could do that, Devastator. Halo Knight as well. All right. This is going
Punch
to
Out
be
Wii is
the last video that I look at tonight. It is getting late. So, all right. My dude needs to get a better camera. This one's for you, Devastator. This one's for you. All right. So apparently Punch Out Wii is harder than Elden Ring. And this one's 1 minute long. Best video ever.
Punch Out Wii is harder and more difficult than Elden Ring, and it respects your time more. This is the thing I've come to notice about Elden Ring and FromSoft fans in general, is that they always do this thing where they default to like, oh, it's a 100-hour long RPG. Yeah, and all you do is wander around an empty landscape until you find a boss and then figure out how to kill it, right?
Wait, how's that any different to Breath of the Wild? Seriously, how is that any different to Breath of the Wild? You wander around an empty landscape until you find a dungeon that you can go into, do some puzzles, get out, and then wander around the empty landscape again. I'm so confused. He's basically described every single open world game to ever exist since the beginning of open world games.
Like, it's not that difficult or challenging or interesting. Like, compare that to Punch Out Wii, where all the bosses are well structured, are a lot of fun to fight. They take a lot of skill to overcome, and there's a lot of nuances to it that you won't necessarily pick up on right away, right? You can fight.
Wait, so he's trying to say that Elden Ring is a skillless game. That it's basically button mashing to the max and you could just get through. Anyone in chat agree with that? I'm sure there's someone in this chat has to agree with it, right?
Fight the same people over and over and over again and get all kinds of different results, right? To the point where like the challenge mode at Punch Out Wii is like one of those all-time great Nintendo challenges, right? Punch Out Wii is a phenomenal game, and Elden Ring can't even come close to matching up to that greatness.
That was a very short and sweet video full of absolute moronic and stupid. I actually can't fathom how much stupid he actually managed to get into a 1 minute video. He got more stupid into this video. He crammed in more stupid into this 1 minute video than most people do in a 20-minute video. I don't get it. I mean, you can find it boring, Julia, but that's not the point he's making here. I mean, I'm genuinely lost for words. I mean, he didn't get Game of the Year for nothing, right? He did get Game of the Year, I think, but you know, it's clearly a beloved franchise. Well, I wouldn't call it a franchise, but it's clearly a beloved game. But yeah, that was short, sweet, and painless. I mean, Devastator, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Elden Ring broke this man. I know, right? But Julia, you know, all open world games have a boring aspect to them. No open world game is truly amazingly fun because they've all got padded stuff in it, right? That's the way I see it. They've all got something on there. Let me see if I can find this one last clip. This was let me see if I can find it. I saw it randomly today and I was like, wow. I don't think I'm gonna see it. Maybe I should have saved it. I can't remember the name of that YouTuber. No, that's unfortunate. I thought it would have been easier to find, and it's not. Probably for the best, because that was some weird shit. And watch, as soon as I finish the stream, I'm going to run into it. That is the annoying part. Come on. Appear. No, unfortunately, I can't find it. Don't really want to get into the context because the video speaks for itself, really. Oh well, maybe next time. Yeah, maybe next time. But that's it, chat. That is going to be it. I will see you tomorrow. For those of you that are coming around, stopping by for some Call of Duty action. That is the game that you guys voted on the poll today. So we will check the campaign out tomorrow during stream finally. And Thursday, we'll see what we're going to do. If there's not much news on Thursday, maybe we'll just cycle through some Game Pass games or something and see what we're going to do, depending on how hot it gets. And that's it. That's it, folks. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much for the memberships. It really means a lot. It really helps me continue doing what I'm doing, and I love, and I appreciate the support. Right. Peace out, people.